cameras roll. The lawyers talk, but they're taking a toll. The gavel's heavy, the clock ticks slow. We're all stuck here, ain't nowhere to go. Can we move on, get this show on the road? This trial's dragging, it's a heavy load. We're all tuned in, but it's taking too long. Tell me, y'all, can we move on? The YouTubers live, trying to make it fun, with a smile so wide, but we're all done.
Walk away from me.
The drama's thick, the tension's strong, but
Look.
come on
look.
now,
Look
can
how
we
we got here.
move along? Can we move on, get this show on the road? This trial's dragging, it's a heavy load. We're all tuned in, but it's taking too long. Tell me, y'all, can we move on? Every sidebar's like another delay. The jury's eyes are begging for a getaway. We're hanging on, but it's wearing thin. Let's wrap it up, let the end begin. Can we move on, get this show on the road? This trial's dragging, it's a heavy load. We're all tuned in, but it's taking too long. Tell me, y'all, can we move on?
Hello, everybody. Good morning. How are you doing this fine? What are we on? Tuesday, June 24th. Here we go. All right. Well, let's just jump right in. After I turn off this space heater. It's getting a little warm in here. Yes, it is. Okay. All right. We'll start where we always do, Inner City Press. Today we have, oh man, what do we have today? Today we have Diddy's team continuing their cross-examination of his name, Agent something Curciello. It was so boring yesterday, y'all. I mean, nothing new came to the surface, and I have a feeling that the first part of the day is going to be like that as well. However, probably after the lunch break, we are going to start seeing some new things. All right. So yesterday we learned that Diddy's team today is going to be arguing a Rule 29 motion for acquittal. They're basically trying to get Diddy acquitted before the issue even goes to the jury. It's where, the prosecution maybe doesn't show enough evidence to even uphold a certain charge on acquittal or whatever. So, at court, at trial, they didn't even present all the elements or whatever. It's basically what Diddy's team is trying to argue. I mean, they have nothing if not audacity. So it doesn't surprise me they would try to argue this. It's something that, pretty much you have the right to try and argue it. So they're going to do that. But the judge told them, and this would be where the judge would basically say, this can't even go to a jury. It would just not even be in the interest of justice for this to go to a jury because the prosecution didn't prove their case. Now, I highly doubt the judge is going to grant that motion for acquittal. I'm sure after having the jury come here and doing all this different stuff with the jury, this thing, that thing, jury, this, that, the other, getting rid of one. not getting rid of the other ones. I find it highly unlikely that the judge is just going to be like, oh yeah, let's like not even let the jury even decide on one of these issues, and we'll let me decide. I just highly doubt that's going to happen. So also, I mean, I think that the prosecution has given enough evidence to charge and to convict him with this. So, I mean, does that mean that he will be convicted? Do I think that means that they've given enough evidence to definitely convict him? No, but that's not the standard. Like, they would have had to like basically like charge him with something completely unrelated and then just never try to prove that thing. Like, what if they had like shown something about minors, for example? Like, what if they would have charged him with something about children or minors or, underage people or whatever? Well, if they would have charged him with something like that, and then they just didn't put on any evidence having to do with that, then Diddy would have at that point, um, I think, grounds for a Rule 29 motion to say, look, listen, they said something about children. They didn't give one shred of evidence about children, so we need to take that off. Like, I could see something like that going down. But I don't think, like, with the RICO predicates and everything that we have seen them prove. Now, have they proven every single RICO predicate? Have they proven beyond any shadow of any doubt? Stuff like that could be argued, but none of that is the standard for this stuff, for a Rule 29 motion. So most likely the Rule 29 motion is going to be denied, and then it's going to move forward. So the judge told them, if the Rule 29 motion is denied today, he said that that Diddy's team needed to be prepared to make their whole case today, or to make their case today. And if it takes till tomorrow or whatever, fine. But Diddy's side was saying they were going to call forward these witnesses. They were going to have a medical expert. They were going to have all this stuff going on. No, they're not doing any of that, apparently, according to what, Mark Agnifilo was saying yesterday. He was like, we're not going to call any witnesses now. So they're just going to read some things into the record. Like, they're not going to have Vashta. They're not going to have, these people coming. I don't know why they would have changed it up like that. But that's what they were saying yesterday. So we may, after this, I assume it's going to be a pretty boring morning, and it's going to be Teeny getting this poor unsuspecting special agent with the Department of Homeland Security to read texts, basically. I mean, if her previous performance is any indication. And then after that, I think probably after lunch or so, that's whenever it's going to start heating up out here. I think that is whenever, they're going to send the jury on a long break, the judge said, and then they're going to do the Rule 29 arguments. He's probably going to deny those. And then after that, the jury is going to come back. If, he does deny, the jury will come back, and then they will start to hear, or maybe hear from Diddy's entire, his entire case, basically in his defense. And girl, who knows how that's going to go? Maybe they're going to, prove Diddy didn't do it somehow. Now, after today, they're going to have some type of meeting tomorrow. And then I think Thursday, they're going to read the jury the instructions, and the jury is going to start deliberating on Thursday, I think. So that's where we are here. So we're really winding down. Oh, good. We already have some issues with Twitter. All right, so U.S. versus Sean Combs, day 29. Before the jury came in, okay, so this is Estevallo. I think she was the first one to question. Maybe did she do she did the opening. Who did the opening? Was it Estevallo who did the opening, or she was doing the first questioning? She questioned Cassie, I think. So she stands up. This is Diddy's lawyer, and says to the judge, as we submitted overnight, is it going to be on the docket? It's not on the docket when I last looked. Okay, so as we submitted overnight, we think it's relevant Cassie's texts to Diddy about what she wanted to do. The prosecutor said these were acts with Diddy in his office. They are simply not relevant. So the Diddy's, this is a classic move for defense attorneys. They will try to make the victim of an S crime look like an SLUT. It's called, shaming. This is, not only a legal tactic, but this is a tactic that people use in everyday life. And so basically, if Cassie consensually had sexual text messages with Diddy about things she wanted to do with Diddy to Diddy. The government is saying, what in the hell does that have to do forced to do a S act with another man? This is simply irrelevant. And they're just trying to keep this in. Diddy's team is just trying to keep this in because he doesn't have a leg to stand on with his actual defense. So I guess it looks like they're trying to read in, sexual text messages between Diddy and Cassie about what Cassie wanted to do to Diddy. But the judge agrees with the feds. The judge said, no Diddy, no Diddy's team. I agree with them. These sex don't come in. They have nothing to do with any of the charged crimes. This is agreed. The judge is yeah, agreed. Consensual adult behaviors. So what does that have to do with any of the things charged? No. The judge said, look, here, Diddy is inquiring or asking into what Cassie was going to do. And Cassie replied, I'm going to be your little freak. So that's her and him together. And then the assistant U.S. attorney said, yeah, Cassie is asking Diddy for an explicit photo of himself. So this is about her own this is about her boyfriend. So the judge said, okay, but here I overrule that objection. So I'm going to let it in. So just different little micro pieces of evidence that they're still kind of arguing about here and there. One thing the judge is going to let come in, one thing the judge is not. One thing he sided with Diddy, one thing he sided with the feds. Okay, then Estevallo comes back in. Cassie writes she bought baby oil because she just couldn't stop herself. See, Your Honor? She was buying baby oil on her own. The Fed said, we don't dispute she wanted to have relations with her boyfriend, Your Honor. We know that. That's not nothing new. That's not nothing to prove. We already said she wanted to have relations with her boyfriend. Nobody's disputing that. The judge said, yeah, but the baby oil purchase seems to be for a freak off. And look, Inner City Press is saying, note, these arguments are based on something that Diddy's lawyer submitted to the judge last night, but it's not on the docket. Exactly when Inner City Press opposed storage. I don't know what that means. These arguments are based on something not in the docket. I mean, every single day I get my cortisol through the freaking roof over why this judge thinks he's allowed to have secret court instead of public court. But, whatever. I digress. Okay, anyway, so when Diddy's lawyer is like, they say Diddy drugged people to make them do freak offs. But here he cancels a freak off because she's feeling sick. The Fed said, there's no evidence the freak off was canceled, Your Honor. She wanted to have relations with her boyfriend. And the judge was like, all right, on this last one, let's just hold off and I'll decide later. Okay, let's go to Washington Post. Hasn't really started yet. We do have the who's who of the Diddy trial. And we also have the Tanea article. "31 minutes ago, CNN.com, prosecutors are expected to rest their case today." Prosecutors' last witness, Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent Joseph Curciello, is expected to continue his testimony this morning. Defense attorney Tini Garagos said yesterday that she has about an hour and 15 minutes of additional questioning of this agent this morning. The defense has indicated it intends to start and end its case today after this man finishes testifying. Closing arguments are expected to run Thursday and Friday. No, they're not. They're expected to run only on Thursday because the judge said we're going to stay late if we have to on Thursday because we need to finish it. We need to finish it that day. Okay. I guess we can read this because it is short. What you missed yesterday. Special Agent Joseph Curciello's testimony continued on Monday with prosecutors showing jurors a chart that combined flight, hotel, and payment records with messages between Diddy, his ex-girlfriend, his staff, and a male escort company. The special agent testified that Diddy sent messages to his staff demanding items for freak-offs such as baby oil, Astro, coconut water, vegetable soup, and more. Diddy also texted agents at the male escort company asking for lower rates. The special agent also testified that Jane sent messages saying she did not want to participate in a freak-off because it made her feel used. Defense attorneys began cross-examination of this special agent and showed jurors text messages where Jane appeared to want to participate in the freak-offs and even other messages where she had texted with male escorts. Today, the defense is expected to continue the cross-examination. Once they're done, prosecutors will conduct a redirect, and then this last and final witness of the entire trial will be off the stand. Diddy's lawyers may offer an unusual defense involving Iran in the closing statement. Girl, don't. Diddy's attorneys could allegedly argue that Homeland Security should focus on the escalating conflict with Iran and not what Diddy is doing with baby oil. How about we stay the absolute ever-living fuck out of other people's business and actually worry about what people in our country are doing to the people in our country, actually. So they better goddamn motherfucking not, because today is not the day. Today is not going to be the day for me. Okay. Thank you. Oh my God, it makes me fucking sick. Sorry, excuse me. I know y'all don't like when I say the curse word sometimes, but y'all sometimes. Maybe we should actually be worrying about what exactly the fuck is going on in our own country for goddamn once. Maybe once we should do that. Because it's never happened in my life. Never in my life have they been more worried about the dangers to our own society and our own people than they have to whatever in the fuck is going over there on in a country that didn't even exist 62 years ago or whatever in the hell. Okay. Don't get me started. Do not get me started. Wow. I told y'all they have nothing if they don't have audacity. They have nothing if they don't have audacity. Jesus Christ. Okay. It's just too much. And if people in the chat, I see y'all are doing laugh emojis and fire emojis and y'all are in agreement. But if you don't agree with me, you're more than welcome to see yourself out. Make sure you hit the unsubscribe on the way out. Please. Go unsubscribe my other channel too. I don't want you around. If y'all are just arfing like seals to go to more wars. People can't buy a carton of eggs in this country. But we got trillions for other people to blow people's shit up. Come on, y'all. Please. It just missed me with it. Anyway, back to this. Okay, so the prosecutor says, Your Honor, okay, so they're still going back and forth over Sharonica said, wait, hold on. I love when you curse because you be telling the truth when you curse, and I love it here. Oh yeah. Oh, I need to take down the poll. Can we move on? That was just a joke. Anyway, okay. In this one, Diddy, they're just going back and forth over more things they're going to put into evidence. And this could be stuff that the prosecution wants to put in evidence, but I think it's more likely that this is stuff that Diddy's team wants to put into evidence, because it's like, his whole entire case is just going to be evidence. It's just going to be somebody's going to stand up there and read stuff. So I think this is where the government is saying, like, no, we don't need him to be able to read this because this doesn't need to go in. And then some stuff's Diddy's like, no, I want to keep this out. So this is just like one particular piece of evidence here. In this one, Diddy asks her if she can freak off without taking substances, and she says yes. This is being offered for its truth, and it's also hearsay. The judge is like, no, we can put that one in. We can put in the text where, Diddy is saying, can you freak off without substances? Okay, well, here she says, I want my bank account to be right. We object to that going in. Then Estevao is like, no, Cassie is demanding money. It is a command of sorts. This isn't hearsay. The judge said, okay, but how is it relevant? Because just because it ain't hearsay, I mean, you didn't even establish it's relevant yet. She says it goes to financial motive. The judge said in 2017, financial motive? No, that's not coming in. I sustain the objection on hearsay and 403. It's not even relevant. Plus, it's hearsay. However, y'all, the judge is going back and forth. Like, some things he's deciding for Diddy, some to let, Diddy have his way. Some things he's siding with the feds. He, seems to kind of be going back and forth. It's not like, oh, everything the feds wants in is in, everything they want out is out. He's kind of going back and forth. And because we have absolutely no idea what the hell these exhibits are, because they keep them secret from us. It's just going to be super secret until forever, I guess, the last day of the freaking trial. Okay. 9 minutes ago, Shayna Jacobs said the last day of testimony in this trial has begun, but Homeland Security Special Agent Joseph Cerciello has not yet taken the stand to resume his cross-examination. The lawyers are first arguing about whether Diddy can admit certain text messages involving Cassie. Okay, so all of these text messages they want to put in involve Cassie, apparently. Ooh, y'all, I'm still mad about that Iran stuff. Ooh, I'm still mad that they better freaking not. They better freaking not. Oh my God. Just days after the U.S. and Iran exchanged, I don't even know if I'm allowed to talk about this, a new report states that Diddy's defense could refer to the tensions in the Middle East during its closing arguments later this week, and they better freaking not, because tension's been going on in the quote middle goddamn East. I mean, I don't mean to damn the Middle East. I know there's lovely people there, but you know what I mean? Like, tension's been going on since I've literally been alive. I was alive in 1990. Desert Storm was going on, and it hasn't stopped. It hasn't stopped. It just hasn't stopped. So if they're going to mention that now, they need to mention it since 1990 in every closing. Okay. I'm sick of it. And I know that there's issues, and I know that there's abuse, and I know that there's nuance and stuff, y'all. But like, I have a dream. Personally, myself, that one day some generation of Americans is going to be born into a country where they don't have to go their whole entire life at war. They don't have to go their whole entire life where their classmates get their legs blown off in Afghanistan, their sons, their daughters. Because I know somebody personally. They used to come recruit us out of the damn cafeteria at Port Allen High School to go over there and get our legs blown off. Okay. I'm sick of it. I'm sick of it. It's too much. It's too much. It's too much. And then who even knows if half the shit they're telling us is true, y'all? Who even knows? They lie about everything. Who even knows? Tell you one thing, don't make me the president. Hoo-hoo. You want to talk about a regime change? Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Don't make me the president. Don't worry, I don't want to be. I don't want to be. All right, so they're just going back and forth about this crap. Well, I guess I'll pull up the Pacer. Proud Texas lady said stepson lost both of his legs, 23 years. That's about how old my friend was. He might have been younger. About 23. I think that was about how old he was. Yeah, they came to our school. And then the president right now is a draft dodger. So I don't know how he's about to act like he's about to send somebody's sons and daughters over there to sacrifice their life for some idiot. All right. Anyway, let me stop. What am I looking up? Pacer. My heart and my soul is with the people of every nation. The people with the capital P. I'm looking up the docket because there was a deadline. There was a judge's order that they were supposed to put all the exhibits on by yesterday, and it didn't look like it didn't happen. It looks like it didn't happen. So what's going to happen to the feds when they violate a court order? Anything? Looks like maybe nothing. Absolutely, Christina, the PTSD. I mean, seriously. And anybody in the chat that's, had to unfortunately go and fight somebody else's dumb, stupid war, thank you for your service, because I know it's not up to the people on this level. I know. Thanks so much, Joy, for the $1.99 super chat. Joy said, I feel the same way. Preach, sassy, mama. Thank you for the $2. Thank you, Sammy, for the $2 oilo. Thanks so much, Hibiscus Rose, for the $4.99. You look gorgeous. Thanks again for all you do. Thank you. Thank you, Mary, for the $4.99. 100% agree. The wars of the rich are fought by the poor. And that's my people. I stand with the people of earth, the people of every nation. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Oklahoma Outlaw. I needed to ring my bell. Okay, so we're off to a slow start. Which I did anticipate, but I think it's going to all kick up around lunchtime today. I really do. Okay. All right. So the last one they're going to argue about is 1417 exhibit. It's about Cassie decorating a hotel room and getting flowers on Valentine's Day. Okay, and Diddy's lawyer's like, this is an ST freak off as alleged by the government. This shows Cassie set it up as a surprise to Diddy. Okay, so that's a good argument, I would say. Does that mean it couldn't have been ST? No, but does it mean that there should be full context and, for Diddy to get a fair trial? Is it fair to show, at least Cassie, she did set up the room. Could it be forced if she's setting the room up? Yes, it could be. But the government has the burden to prove that. They can't just keep stuff out of the trial. So the prosecutor is, trying to keep something out about Cassie texting Diddy about setting up the hotel room. But Diddy's lawyers are like, what? They're saying she was ST'd to this hotel room. We want to show she set it up. The judge is probably going to let that in. Let's see. Listen. Tupac, my cousin Tupac said they got money for war but can't feed the poor. I mean, I will say, y'all, that was one of the things that I loved the most about the Maha Kumbh Mela that I went to in February in India. I was there for a month. And a big thing that I would do is called Seva. I mean, I didn't do it every day, but I did it a few days, and it's where you just go out and you just feed people. And it doesn't necessarily only have to be the poor, although it ended up working out that way. It's probably like mostly people that just doesn't have enough money to buy food, but there's just like everywhere as far as you can look, it's just like people's giving out food. So I would just like walk up to somebody's, giving out food. We would either give them money to buy more food for tomorrow, or we would like serve the food. It was really lovely. I loved it. Of course, obviously I've donated and volunteered at many, many food kitchens in the United States as well. But, that was, less recently. This trip to the Maha Kumbh Mela was just a few months ago. And it's just like, like I said, I love all the people of the world. I feel like everybody's my cousins everywhere I go. So how prosecutors' charges against Diddy stack up to their evidence. After 6 weeks, 34 witnesses and hundreds of bottles of baby oil presented as evidence, the government is about to rest its case in Diddy's trial, with the defense planning a very brief, witness free presentation. It is likely that the jury will begin deliberating by the end of this week on charges that could put Diddy in prison for the rest of his life. Diddy has pleaded not guilty to a variety of charges in each of their own sentence ranges. Excuse me, each with their own sentence ranges. Okay, so this is important. Okay, so 2 counts of trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion. So 2 counts of that. They got to prove that 2 times. 2 counts of transportation to engage in institution. Me personally, I think they've proven this the strongest. The just straight up, it doesn't require force. It doesn't require fraud, coercion. It doesn't require tricking anybody. It doesn't require, no pun intended. It doesn't require force. It doesn't require like anything else other than like, was it an S act? Did people travel across state lines, and was there money exchanged for some reason for that? I think they've proven that the strongest, but that's just my opinion. Like, I mean, I've been wrong. I have no idea. I don't know. This is my first trial, like following like this. And then the final count was the RICO, and that's probably the most serious count. The latter charge is based on allegations that he trusted an inner circle, orchestrated, executed, and covered up a host of crimes, such as the underlying ones, ST, but also arson, bribery, kidnapping, illicit substance use, physical abuse. To prove these charges, prosecutors have called to the stand Diddy's former girlfriends, assistants, recording artists, stylists, hotel workers, and federal agents. Some witnesses, most of them former Diddy employees, were given immunity in exchange for their honest testimony. Read our full breakdown. I'm not going to do that as of yet. Okay, nobody's posting anything on CNN. Okay. Oh, the judge didn't let it in. Nope. See, that's one of the predictions. I was wrong because I thought it might be helpful if there was, for Diddy's defense and maybe actually relevant for it if he was, showing a text message, or if they were showing a text message that showed that Cassie was setting up the hotel with the flowers and the roses for a freak off. But the judge said, no, it's hearsay. It's sustained. However, the judge is giving him a little exception. The defense can use her being presented with the layout of the hotel room, the flowers. The photo can come in. And then once the photo comes in, then maybe the messages can come in. We'll see. I don't know, girl. I mean, again, like Inner City Press said, none of this was docketed, despite there being a judge's order. The court may exclude relevant evidence if it's probative. Hold on, let me see who this is. I'll be blocking people, y'all know. All right. Whatever happened to KK is the question indeed. Shout out me versus me becoming a new member. Okay. So, I mean, the guy hasn't even come in yet, y'all. The man has not even come in yet to start testifying. I'm checking the docket. Yeah, sit down, trolls, somebody said. Susan Day said, when P. Diddy appeals, is it possible he can try for a bond pending appeal. I guess. I mean, look, listen. Anything's possible with these people, I guess, but I'm really not as familiar with the exact like day to day. And some people are saying, like, miss me with that bull partner. I've seen other people say this too, where it's like, is KK going to be charged separately? Her, D Rock, Fahim, the feds was not willing to offer immunity. They will have their own case. That's what I believe. I think they will if Diddy gets actually convicted of RICO. But if Diddy, who is the alleged supposed ringleader of the RICO, can't even get found with RICO, I don't know how they're going to charge these other people like what they were running a RICO under Diddy and they couldn't prove it on Diddy. We'll just have to see, but it is totally possible. The issue is I don't know about like if they weren't doing RICO, how long is the statute of limitations on these underlying crimes? You know what I mean? Yes, please hit the like, hit the like. My video has been getting a little yellow dollar signed, and that means that, you know, the channel can really take a hit. So I try to like balance it out with some type of engagement. Three minutes ago, we have another update from the Washington Post. The defense is trying to admit text messages and evidence that could show Cassie initiating and working to set up a hotel room for a freak off with Diddy. This is part of an effort by Diddy's lawyers to show he didn't coerce Cassie to participate in these freak offs where Diddy watched her have relations with other men. So it's like, just because they had like consensual, and I mean, somebody said this yesterday, and it's such an obvious thing in my mind. It really does go without saying, but I'll say it because maybe, you know, some people forget, maybe some people never heard it like this before. Somebody could be wholly and totally consensually doing something 99 times, 999 times, 9,999 times. But if it's one time, where that person is saying no, saying they don't want to do it, and they're being forced, and they're being drugged, and they're being defrauded, and they're being coerced, or whatever, it can still be a crime. Even if that one time on Valentine's Day, Cassie set up the freak off. You know what I mean? And I think, you know, it's just so obvious to me, but I do think it bears repeating. And that's why the judge has to be careful about what he lets in, what he doesn't let in, et cetera, because at some point, it starts to become just like they're just trying to shame people for like being into things whenever that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about consensual adult activities. We're talking about force, fraud, coercion activities on this ST charges. And so that's kind of what they're going back and forth on. I've just been in like kind of a bad mood since yesterday. I don't know. It's like feels like something's wrong. It feels like something's off. I mean, it could be like we're going to World War III, but we've been doing World War III for the last 34 years since I've been alive. So, I mean, it's not like it's brand new, like I said, just more of the same crap. I don't know. Maybe it's like I'm getting restless at the end of this Diddy trial. I don't know. Okay, bring in the jury. Can we have a restroom break? So they need to go to the bathroom before they even bring the jury in. So they're doing a break. Okay, girl. It's 9:41 and they already going to the bathroom. Mark Agnifilo needs to get the prostate checked. He's just got to tinkle too much. I guess I can put up a new poll. What charge, Marty Garcia said, what charge comes for what Cassie's mom having to pay money? Well, that is, I think, I don't know for sure, but I believe that one is being presented up as some type of either bribery or extortion where where Diddy was basically like threatening to release Cassie's tapes if her mom didn't pay this $20,000. Now it's not been decided by the jury yet if that's actually what was going on. So if the jury finds that to be bribery or extortion or blackmail, then I believe those would go to the RICO predicates. Denise said now they just dragging their feet because they scared of that jury verdict. Rose said, I'm 20 minutes behind. The audacity indeed. There you go. Does it make a difference if he gave it back? I think it does make a difference if he gave it back, but not as much of a difference as if he never asked for it or demanded it. But I do think it does make a difference because at least Diddy can say, you know, like I gave it back. Now, Christopher Melcher, who is a celebrity lawyer, he's like represented Kanye West. He's represented like a lot of high profile celebrities, and he is like a family lawyer. I think he also does some First Amendment defamation type stuff, copyright type, intellectual property. I mean, he's like kind of just a really good, you know, like your guy you have on retainer type of guy. He was big in the Free Britney movement. He did a lot of commentary with that. He also has a YouTube channel, and he was on Andy Popcorn Planet. And, you know, he brought up something that I never even thought of, and it's a really good point. He said that the $20,000 from Cassie's parents is a big deal for, you know, a few reasons. But one of the reasons that he said that I had not thought of before, and it is a really good point, is that this is one of the places where you saw Diddy actually making money. You saw Diddy actually making money. Now, he did give it back. Like Christine said, doesn't make a difference that he gave it back. So he did give it back, but you saw Diddy making money off of it. And Christopher Melcher made a good point and said, this is, you know, you see a lot of money going out. And yeah, I mean, it's RICO if you are spending enterprise money on, you know, nefarious or untoward or, you know, non-business expenses. However, this shows money coming in. Like it's a whole nother thing. Like you're making money off of the enterprise. But, you know, he did give it back. He did apparently give it back. Here's the thing. There was a whole staff using it's time for these parties. Yeah, that. Katrinka said, wait, here's the thing. There's a whole staff using its time for these parties. That doesn't point to something personal. Agreed. It can point to something personal that Diddy is doing. It could be his personal time, but just because it's his personal time doesn't mean that it's his employees' personal time. They could still be on the clock. Like if you go to get a massage at the, you know, the massage place down the street, somebody's on the clock massaging you just because it's your day off doesn't mean it wasn't, you know, their job still. So I do think that is a good point. Amelie, Chris Melcher definitely does have a YouTube channel unless he deleted it, but he absolutely did have a YouTube channel. And like I said, he does family stuff. So yeah, that's exactly who I'm talking about. He represented Kanye in a divorce. But maybe he doesn't have a YouTube channel anymore. Maybe he deleted it. Could be a different Chris Melcher too. Whether he gave the money back or not doesn't matter under RICO. Nasir said the crime was committed when Diddy extorted. Well, doesn't matter under RICO. It doesn't matter under RICO any more or less than it matters under anything else, because we do have to, it's not up to us. It's not up to you. It's not up to me whether or not he extorted, because he hasn't been tried as, you know, for that extortion or alleged extortion. What's going to matter is if the jury sees that as an act of extortion or blackmail, and if they do, that is a RICO predicate. So I see what you're saying. It doesn't matter you know, whether he gave the money back or not doesn't matter under RICO. Strictly speaking, yes, but it's going to matter whether or not the jury sees that as an act of extortion, whether it can go into, you know, a RICO predicate or not. They got him on bribery with the tapes. Well, again, according to you, they might have. I definitely think they did. I think it shows bribery, but it doesn't matter what I think. I'm just trying to set everybody's expectations, because a lot of people are like, oh, they definitely got dead to rights. They got him this and that. They got him 100%. And there might be some disappointed people whenever y'all think for 100% sure they done proved bribery and the jury is like, no, they didn't. So I just want to set expectations here. And all that. Christopher Melcher had a YouTube channel, y'all. It's not up for debate. It's not up for discussion. I've watched the channel. He might have deleted his videos. Or might not. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Carrie said, I am subscribed to Melcher. He's been inactive. Okay. I think it was just a few days, Denise, but to return the money. Michelle said, people are saying they are disappointed in what this trial went. All these YouTubers that went to New York City thought they were going to see a list of celebs. You never know what you're going to get in a trial. You never do. You never do. Thanks so much, MD, for the $4.99 super sticker. Thank you so much, Carmen, for the $1.99 super chat. Thanks so much for that $1.99. No World War III, girl. Whew, thanks so much for that $1.99 super chats. Thank you, Strange Currencies, for the 50,000 IDR. Stopping by just to say hi. Still catching up on your live on June 10. Thank you for your hard work. Shout out to you. Thank you so much for that super chat. What is Homeland Security's basis for raiding his homes? Well, that's another thing too, is I want to know what they're going to do with all them tapes they allegedly, supposedly found. The terabytes. Let's see if they back from this stupid, untimely break. Inner City Press is answering fan questions, so let's read his answers. Somebody said, didn't the judge say from the beginning he wants it over before the holiday? Inner City Press said the judge can want that all day long, but he can't force the jury to reach a verdict. He can read them something called an Allen charge. We'll get into that if we get to that. But the judge cannot schedule a verdict. He can only declare a mistrial, over which he does have much discretion. Somebody said, when will the jury decide? Inner City Press said, no way to know. They may, quote, get the case, which means begin deliberating Friday. They might start on Thursday deliberating. It could happen. No, Friday. But then they will have Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. If no verdicts by then, there will be a long break for July 4th and probably media reading. So we'll see. I don't know what probably media reading means. I don't know what that means. But yeah, so if they start on Friday, that means they can come back on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday to deliberate. Then they don't come back on Thursday or Friday, I guess. So they'll have several days to deliberate before the holiday, the July 4th holiday. So we'll just have to see how long it takes. Sometimes juries come back with answers, verdicts within a few hours. Sometimes it takes days. Sometimes they never can reach an agreement. And I'm pretty sure these all have to be unanimous. Even if they have one person who won't, basically like give in, like if they even have one person who's like, no, he's not guilty, but everyone else is like, no, he's guilty. Or if there's one person who's like, he's guilty for sure, and everyone else is like, no, he's not. I think, that counts as still as a hung jury. Nine minutes ago, The Independent gave us an update. Lawyers argue over evidence. Before the jury enters the courtroom, lawyers for Diddy and the government have been arguing about text messages the defense wants to submit into evidence. Now, this is their whole case. Their whole entire case is evidence they want to submit. The text messages between Diddy and Cassie would support the defense's argument that Cassie was not coerced, so she was willing. However, the government is attempting to exclude these from being presented as evidence, claiming they are irrelevant to the case. Hold on, I gotta okay, sorry, I needed to check a text message. Let's see if they're back. I don't think they're back. Yeah, okay. Whew, they're back. Your Honor, our arguments took so long that the jurors' devices turned themselves off. The judge said they're high tech. All rise. Okay, so I don't know what that means, if they're going to turn back on or what. Good morning. Can you please? Okay, this is Teeny Garagos. She's back on the cross examination. We're back, an hour late. 53 minutes, excuse me. Good morning. Pull up Exhibit 1406 from December 21st, 2021. Y'all, this is the day that Lima said that the cause of death was marked as a seizure disorder. December 21st, 2021. Anyways, but that's not what we're here for today. Hopefully one day. Anyway, so Teeny said, good morning. Pull up 1406 from December 21st, the winter solstice, 2021. It's Jane, it's Diddy, it's Don, it's Sly Cabral. We got an update on CNN. Less than a minute ago, defense resumes cross-examination of Special Agent. Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent Joseph Cerchiello is back on the stand. The jury is entering. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos is resuming cross-examination. After a lengthy legal debate between the prosecution and the defense lawyers, the judge over text message evidence, Special Agent has returned to the stand. He began his evidence on Friday, continued all of yesterday, and he will now continue to answer questions under cross-examination by Teeny Garagos. Inner City Press said she was not joking about the devices turning themselves off. Not only did the devices turn off, but now at least one of them says low battery. She says, okay, can we turn off the attorney's screens? They're going to watch some freak offs, I guess. She said, we're going to watch some videos. Play from the beginning until 2 minutes, 22 seconds. And look, here's Inner City Press. Public and press have no idea what in the hell jurors are being shown or not. One juror is complaining that his or her device says low battery. So one of their little devices ain't even playing the freak off tapes right. I don't know if it's freak off tapes. I'm calling it that because who knows what it is. And they turned off the attorney's screens as well. So it's just like a little bit of a restless kind of like day here. They're watching some freak offs. There's war all over the place. And apparently, they're going to have the bold-faced, unmitigated gall and audacity to try and use yet another of endless wars and destruction and killing to defend Diddy. Oh, you need to be more worried about what other people are doing in other people's wars than Diddy, Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs, and what he did to American citizens on American soil. They better not. Hopefully they use some discretion. Not that I think they would. I was watching, did y'all ever see that Netflix show about the Menendez brothers, but it's like a dramatic reenactment, like what was it called? Monsters. I didn't know anything about the Menendez brothers at all, but I just finished that thing, and it was like that one lawyer in the show with the little curly hair, the one they call Orphan Annie. She reminds me of Teeny Garagos, just with the bold-faced, unmitigated gall and audacity to say any and everything, even though people in the room are all looking at her like, Um, Kel said it seemed like garbage, so I didn't bother. Well, I didn't know anything about it, so it could be garbage, but it kind of did just I don't know, give some type of overview of the case or whatever. But y'all, RCA, the dad was working for RCA. The dad started Menudo. That's all. It's already right in the web. It was a bit graphic, Carmen. I'll let y'all know whenever I watch shows like that and I feel like the music is changing and it's getting dark and somebody's got a gun. I do this. Or I'll put a pillow like this. Like I'll put a pillow. Like I do that. Like I completely shield my face, like physically. Like I don't want it touching my pineal gland. I do this. And then it happened during the OJ stuff. So it was like the biggest celebrity trial. And then the OJ Simpson like police chase or whatever happened. And like basically nobody cared anymore about the Menendez trial, I think. I did not know about their story at all. I did not know who that lawyer was either. No. Well, I was born in 1990. So remember, like all their case and everything was over by 1993. So it was really big in 1989. I was like, not even in the womb yet at that time. So it was just not in the pop culture at that point. Wow. Cassandra said, actually, it's the first trial I remember watching and hoping they were not put in prison for life. Wow. Doree said that is exactly how it was. It was like pop culture and then it was gone. What is ZI? Whatever ZI is, y'all stop making. And wasn't the People's Court on Court TV with Harvey Levin? Didn't he get his start there? Vonda said, "Oh, you're the same age as my daughter. 86 for me. My sister was 89. See?" Hi, Josh. And I don't know. I mean, y'all, I don't know. I just watched that one show. They could be full of lies on that show. I need to watch more. I need to read. And I don't know if I will or won't. I just kind of wanted to get the cursory overview. Okay, so we're back here. We have another tweet. They were watching I believe a freak off from the beginning until 2 minutes, 22 seconds. So they watched 222. They're doing a little, Teeny, I wouldn't be surprised doing some type of 222 magical spell on them or something, girl. Anyway, what does she say here? The agent says, she writes, that was so effing sexy. And then she writes, I'm blank, thinking about it. Heart eyes emoji. Now, Paul is in the chat. But your chart, Teeny can't get by one freaking two, three questions can't go by without Teeny calling the chart your chart. Even though she knows for a fact, this lying little ratty rat knows the man didn't make the chart. She keeps calling it his chart, like to try to make him seem like he's some type of prejudice or something, which he did not make the chart. We all know this, but Teeny Garagos will be gaslighting you with her little ratty little behaviors until the cows come home. But your chart. Why did you just say the government's chart? The chart they made, the chart you reviewed. It's just ratty behavior. She's ratty. She's like one of those kids that never brushes the like knot at the back of her hair out in class. And you're just like, look at that little ratty hair, that little rat nest. It needs to be brushed. That's what she reminds me of, her behaviors. The rat nest. Okay, now Paul is in the chat, but your chart doesn't list his message, does it? Gotta get a ratty voice. Y'all, I have like a visceral, almost primal reaction to bullshit. Like when people are like just lying and they know they're lying, and it can't even be said like, well, technically it is his chart. No, it's not. It is not. It is not. And she knows it isn't. But she's just trying to be misleading because honestly, I guess the only way to possibly win this case is if they're misleading. Because it can't be with the facts. Because if it could be with the facts, that's what they would be doing, right? But she's doing ratty behaviors instead. Gonna buy a pet rat and name it Teeny. I'm gonna have to look. Wait, where is the Menudo documentary? Oh, thank God, Lindsay. Ugh. Jupiter and the new moon will be aligned in Jupiter tomorrow. The shift is not your imagination. Girl, thank God, because I was like, y'all, I'm feeling real irritable. Thank you for that $4.99 and for that info. So we just going to have to be irritable today, y'all. Erica said, oh no, I was a ratty head kid due to neglect. Well, due to neglect is different than the ratty kids that don't want to brush their hair. Okay, that's different. Ratty behaviors for a ratty client. And y'all know I will get that tangle back here. I got to detangle really good, like at least once a week, because I got that. How y'all think I know about the tangle back there? All right. But you got to brush through it. You got to get some oils. You got to get some conditioner. Some $1 from the dollar store even works. Thanks so much, Katie did, for the $9.99 super sticker. Shout out to you. Yeah, some people just needs to be taking the wide tooth comb. Get your little oil. More oil. I would not recommend baby oil. I don't think that's good for your hair. But, maybe some, well, it depends on your hair type, it depends on your hair type. For me personally, I can't put no too heavy of an oil. I do a light oil. But if I'm going to do it before I'm brushing and things, you could do a little argan oil. You could do a little rosemary. Okay, hold on. Now it's December 21st, 2021. Okay. That's a big day, winter solstice. Cassie reaches out to Cabral. Oh, wait, is it Cassie or is it Jane? It must be Jane. Okay. So now it's December 21st. It has to be Jane because it's 2021, girl. Okay. Because remember we saw it reported that it was all just Cassie texts that they were trying to get in. So must have been also some Jane ones are going to be in here too. So now it's December 21st, 2021. Jane reaches out to Cabral to say Happy New Year. Jane, it says, let me know if you want to come tonight. Happy New Year. Girl, it's not New Year if it's 21st. Okay, then why is she saying Happy New Year? Because it's like 10 days away from the New Year. She could have said Merry Christmas. She could have said Happy Kwanzaa or something more temporal. Even Happy Late Thanksgiving even at this point. But it's like, 10 days away from the New Year. I don't know what you're doing. Happy New Year. Let me know if you want to come tonight. Then Cabral/Sly texts back, I'm cooking for my family. But tomorrow for sure. And that's not in your little chart, is it? Your chart. This little rat. And speaking of rats, her dad was the lawyer for the Menendez brothers. Is right now. Mark Garagos represents them, does he not? Let me not say fake news. Let me look it up. Mark Garagos Menendez. Girl, can't even spell. Yeah. So Teeny, the rat I'm talking about, her daddy, that's him, one of Diddy's friends. He's got if you were doing Chinese face reading, he has no boundaries based on his top lip. Yeah, look, he is their lawyer now. I don't know if he was their lawyer then. I think it was Shapiro. Yeah, look. Menendez brother attorney Mark Garagos. So what's the update with them? Like what's going even on with them? Menendez brothers parole. I know there's like a few people in here that are just like ever so slightly older than me and y'all remember everything about this trial. Oh, they got resentenced to 50 years. Okay, hold on. They're now eligible for parole after being resentenced to 50 years to life in prison. The decision came after a judge reduced their original sentences of life without parole. And I think they were facing the unalive penalty as well. And the way they made it seem in the show is like the one lady that was like, they need to get the unalive penalty, had a heart attack, Hazel Thornton, in the middle of jury deliberations. And I'm like, there better not be nothing like that happening in this trial. They were in the middle of jury deliberations and the woman had a heart attack and she could no longer serve on the jury. So they put an alternate in. That's what they showed in the show. Anyway, okay, so these guys, they got resentenced after a judge reduced their original sentence of life without parole. They were convicted of unaliving their parents in 1989. Their first parole hearing was initially scheduled for this month, but now it's going to happen in August. Okay. So they had life without parole, then they ended up getting 50 years to life, which we know we're nowhere near 50 years. Okay, it's like the 35 years. They got 15 more to go to even get to the 50. But they're now eligible for parole. Their previous sentence was life without parole. Why the change? It was a result of a push for the brothers' release after a period of time in prison, arguing that they had been abused by their father and they turned their lives around while they were incarcerated. They're now eligible to be considered for parole, but that requires a parole hearing. Initially, it was scheduled for this month, but now it's going to happen in August. I don't know why it was pushed off. Prior to their resentencing, the brothers had also been pursuing a clemency petition with Governor Gavin Newsom, which included a risk assessment by the parole board, but it's unclear if the scheduled hearing was in June was for clemency, excuse me, or if a separate formal parole hearing will be scheduled. Potential outcomes, the parole board will now decide whether to release them, but not till August, so in 2 months. The brothers' family, including aunts and uncles, have publicly supported their release. Legal challenges, prosecutors had opposed the resentencing, arguing that they hadn't taken adequate responsibility for their crimes. But the brothers are also eligible for parole under California's youthful offender law because they were both under the age of 26 when the crime was committed. The case has garnered significant media attention and public interest, particularly due to a recent Netflix series based on the case. And I wonder if that was Mark Garagos approved, because it kind of does make you feel kind of bad for him. This dad seems pretty bad. Okay, so we have another tweet. All right, Teeny Garagos says, under Italian, that's what they called him. Remember, they called him Italian. Let's see Defense Exhibit 3050. This is April 4th, 2022. Diddy and Jane texting each other. You read Diddy. Diddy writes, I've been having crazy fantasies about Leo. You and Leo. Oh my God. This is funny. Why would Teeny Garagos say this? I've been having crazy fantasies about Leo. You and Leo, LOL. Maybe he was saying what he actually meant the first time. He'd been having fantasies about Leo. Then he put it in writing. Then he said, you and Leo, LOL. I think you said what you meant the first time the right way, buddy. Okay, 1 minute ago, Washington Post. Homeland Security Special Agent is back on the stand. Yesterday, Teeny said she expected to question him for a bit more than an hour, and she's been going for about 10 or 15 minutes. So another hour. They have some freaking audacity. Where are the filings that they've been arguing about? Where are the filings that the judge ordered them to put in the docket by yesterday? Otherwise, they're violating our constitutional rights. I mean, Jesus. Unalive Monroe said, Diddy's reputation is going to stay stained no matter what the outcome of the trial. Yeah. Maybe she'd have hair if she brushed the rat nest, somebody said. There it is. Thank you for the $1.99 super chats. Oh man, y'all. I just don't like these Garagoses, truly. They look like their breath stinks. They look like they lie. They look like they'll do anything for the bag. I'm not a fan. Leo is another one of the S workers. It just looks like they have stinky breath. I mean, especially Mark. Like, that like stuff gets stuck in between them teeth. He's drinking wine on the lunch break, in my opinion. I don't know. I never saw him in real life, thank God. And if I did, I'd probably run away. Probably be scared. Who's going to do something weird? Clearly, they do not know how to act with any type of decorum. So I don't like to be around people like that. You can't predict what they're going to do, say. We just sitting here, y'all. We just sitting here. 6 minutes ago, the most recent tweet. I am patiently and, maybe not so patiently waiting for the next phase of this here trial. It's going to start like in an hour. All right. We have a fairly substantial update, thankfully, from CNN. Defense attorney revisits text messages between Jane and Sly, aka Cabral, from Winter Solstice 2021. Defense attorney Tina Garagos reviewed text messages between Jane and Sly from December 2021. Jane, remember she testified, Jane Doe? She wrote to Sly that she was thinking about one of their recent hotel nights. She said, "Send me something." She then asked him if he could fly to meet her that night or the next day. He said he was busy with his family. And she said, "Okay, fine, just make it a day trip." She previously testified that she only initiated explicit messages with Sly when she was with Diddy, who told her to do it. So this is something that apparently Jane had said she was told by Diddy she had to send. Jane is one of the accusers who used a pseudonym in court. She was on the stand for several days earlier this month and described the abuse she said she endured during her relationship with him. Okay, what do we... NBC is the other one, right? Do we have NBC up? No, let me go find that. Okay, we'll just start here because like literally nothing's going on, so might as well just read all the updates from NBC because at least it gives us something to do. 3 hours ago, who's testifying today? Joseph Curciello, special agent with Homeland Security. He's going to keep testifying today. He's on the stand right now. And then after him, the prosecution will rest its case. Yesterday, he testified that Diddy appears to have paid for an S worker named Cabral to stay at the Trump International Hotel and Tower in New York City, September 2023, and take a flight from Atlanta to New Jersey. The testimony potentially underlines one of the U.S. government's charges against Diddy: transportation to engage in prostitution. I really think that they have, let me see what the jail time for that is. Federal statute, transportation to engage in prostitution. The Mann Act. Okay, so Mann Act maximum sentence. 10 years. So if they find 2, then that's 20 years, up to 20 years. 10 years maximum. Okay. Okay, defense plans to arrest without calling any witnesses. Diddy's team said in court yesterday it plans to rest its case without calling witnesses, but it will submit some evidence and stipulate several issues. A charging conference is expected tomorrow. That's tomorrow. Yeah. So this was written, this was written today. So Wednesday. And closing arguments are Thursday. Defense lawyer Teeny Garagos said it's expected that each side will take about 4 hours to make closing arguments to the jurors. That's long. Here's a recap of yesterday. Yesterday, jurors were shown text messages between Diddy and his ex-girlfriend, Jane. In December 2021, Jane reached out to an S worker named Cabral, aka Sly, and appeared to initiate a freak-off. A month earlier, November 2021 text said she couldn't wait to hook up with her favorite person, but that was Diddy. And jurors were also shown explicit video footage of Jane having relations in November 2021. Text messages between Diddy and a male escort agency were also shown. In one exchange, he argued that he deserved cut rates as a long-timer client. The jury was also shown texts between Diddy and his chief of staff, Christina Karam, in which she planned his hotel stays and texted that he had plan B in his nightstand. The texts appeared to try to prove he repeatedly facilitated his ex-girlfriend to have relations with escorts. Sometimes she appeared to be into it, and other times she lashed out, frustrated, saying she didn't want to anymore. Jurors yesterday watched explicit videos of freak-offs. They put on headsets to watch what appeared to be explicit videos of freak-offs featuring Diddy's former girlfriend, who has been identified in court as Jane. Diddy, wearing a white sweater and glasses yesterday, looked around the courtroom as the videos played, seemingly avoiding looking at the graphic recordings on the monitor before him. He didn't want to look at them. He wanted to act like it's just too much for his sensitive heart, even though he was the one directing it. His mom, Janice, appeared to focus her gaze on the jury box when they were watching the freak-off tapes. Diddy entered court 2 hours ago wearing an orange sweater. He sat down at the defense table, shuffled through the papers in a folder. He leaned his head back in what looked like a sigh. Okay, look, same. I know y'all saw me this morning. Court is in session, marking day 29 of the trial. Prosecution and defense debate over evidence. This is 41 minutes ago, NBCnews.com. Court started with both sides of the trial debating over evidence. The prosecution objected to a message that Diddy's ex-girlfriend Cassie sent, saying she wanted to have relations with him. The defense argued the text shows that she was a willing participant in the freak-off that happened the next day. But the prosecution argued that she wanted relations with her own boyfriend, not other men. The judge agreed with the prosecution, sustaining their objection. He said the message was about a one-on-one encounter. The judge overruled a government objection, including another Cassie text. So two different Cassie text exchanges were up at issue, and the judge said, okay, one of them doesn't need to come in because it's just about like Cassie and Diddy, but one of them could be referring to a freak off. So that one might be able to come in. The judge said it's difficult to tell whether the message was referring to a one-on-one encounter unrelated to a freak off. The judge also allowed in a text message where Cassie said she had taken Adderall and referred to a freak off night as pretty hot. Okay, so she had said she had taken the Adderall, and she also said that the freak off they had was pretty hot. The judge further overruled a government objection, allowing a text message to come in where Cassie was asked if she could do a freak off without getting substanced up. She replied she could. The special agent returned to the stand for cross-examination. Hmm. Okay. So we have two more tweets, and this is where Diddy writes, Adderall is the greatest, LOL. And she writes back, I guess this is Jane, with a drool face emoji. Next is July 2022. You only reviewed what the government gave you, right? The guy says, right. Okay. Diddy tells Paul to come over? Yes. Okay. And remember, Paul is the one that's part of the trifecta. Let me pull up my web because I think I made this. Hold on, started the Fat Joe lawsuit on that web. Okay, hold on. Did I put Cabral? Yeah. Okay, we can go back to that. We'll go back to that when we need to. All right. Let me pull this back up. We got a little Chicago, Minneapolis camaraderie going on in the chat. Did they already take his honorary degree back? Doris said, I bet you if he's convicted, Howard will want their honorary degree back. That would be very interesting. Okay, so how do you say this? Somebody tell me, because I know I ain't saying it right. Is it noise, nice, noose, noise? Van Noise. Newy? News. Noise. I thought it was Van Noise. Like making noise. Okay. Here, Jane says, my place is free tonight. Then she writes, I got on my knees and thanked God for the health of my child and for your friendship. And then heart emojis, right? This is very like Britney Spears coded. Like, I got on my knees. I fell to my knees and thanked God the night that doctor died from was it an aneurysm or was it an embolism? Because it was both reported. But she said, I got on my knees last night and I prayed to God and I said, thank you, God, for my child being healthy and also for Diddy being my friend. Didn't she say that with the heart emojis? My place is free tonight. The agent said, yeah. And then Teeny's like, I'll correct you. It's Van Noise. Well, I'll correct you, girl. Get a brush through them tracks you got. Put it in the Dawn dish soap. Okay. 1 minute ago, CNN.com, Diddy texted Jane about crazy fantasies involving her and an entertainer, Leo. Okay, so Diddy said, I can't stop fantasizing about Leo. Okay. JK, you and Leo, LOL. Okay. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos went over text messages between Jane Doe and Diddy from April 2022 before allegedly meeting with an entertainer called Leo. Diddy texted Jane saying he had been having crazy fantasies about her and Leo. Quote, baby, I want to make love to you. I haven't selfishly had you to myself for 5 months. I'm fine with the other stuff, but I really just need you right now. Okay, that's her trying to kind of like hint to Diddy, and it ain't no hinting. Okay, you got to just tell people that there's is nasty and you don't want to do it no more, because guess what? If you ever try to tell them later, they're going to hit you with the okie doke. They're going to say, well, you never said anything before. Look at these text messages where you said it was hot. That's what they're going to say. She said, I just want you. I selfishly want you to myself. We've been freaking off 5 months. I'm ready to do something with just you. He said, okay, whatever you want. And then asked a few messages later if Leo would be free after we spend some one-on-one time. After the alleged meeting with Leo, Jane texted Diddy saying she was still thinking about him loving all over her. But don't say nothing about Leo. I'm still thinking about you loving all over me. That's nothing to do with Leo. You is a pronoun that's like the second person. It's when you're talking to somebody, to them, you're addressing them. All right, we got a new update from NBC. 1 minute ago, NBCnews.com, defense is showing Jane's role in the relationship. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos has been concentrating on a series of text messages showing how, at times, Diddy's then girlfriend Jane played an active role in setting up and enjoying their rendezvous with S workers. Jane wrote to an S worker December 2021, joyously saying the previous night's hookup or a previous hookup was one for the books. Later that same month, Jane told that same worker that she was excited to see him, while the man said he was down for that. Okay. Teeny says, can we pull up Government Exhibit 103? This is a text between Jane and Paul, the two from the trifecta. This man said, I don't memorize exhibit numbers, Teeny. You have to show me what you're talking about. She said, okay, let's show it. It's not on the public screen. So it's a secret. We can't know what it is. This is a message between Mr. Paul Arthur, the personal trainer / also freak offer, and Diddy, who says the staff is leaving. So Diddy texts to Paul, staff is leaving. That's Government Exhibit 103, apparently. Oh, good. We have another exclusive. Okay, so where'd this whole thing with the Iran came from? Hey, feds, Iran is the real threat. Stay out of his bedroom. Iran may be the key to Diddy's defense, because we're told his defense may use the growing conflict as a way to take a shot at the federal case against him. Our sources tell us Diddy's defense may invoke the recent conflict with Iran later this week in their closing arguments. We're told by who? Mark Garagos, most likely. The possible defense goes like this. This was a manufactured case of bedroom police instigated by Homeland Security investigations, and rather than worrying about what Diddy is doing with baby oil and lube, Homeland Security should worry more about the escalating conflict with other countries. Our sources also tell us Diddy's defense feels they don't really need to do anything but rest their case Tuesday after the prosecution rests theirs, because the defense believes prosecutors just haven't met the burden of proof. Diddy pleaded not guilty to RICO, 2 counts of ST, and 2 counts of transportation to engage in institution. So this right here, if they are even able to prove this, the feds could get, Diddy could get sentenced to 20 years in prison. He could get sentenced to 20 years in prison and never have to convince a juror that he ever did anything against anyone's will. Okay, that's what I need y'all to do. Let me say it again. If they find him guilty of, this is saying it in another way. If they find him guilty of the institution ones, there's 2 counts. So if they find him guilty of 2 of those 2 counts, the maximum sentence for each is 10 years. I'm assuming that they can run consecutively instead of concurrently. And so that would be 20 years in prison. You do not have to show force, fraud, coercion for that. Now, if they want to get him on that trafficking, which does require force, fraud, coercion, kidnap, forcibly taking someone against their will, drugging, stuff like that, that's a whole different crime he's charged with. And he's charged with 2 counts of that as well. So even if people don't believe Jane, they might believe Cassie. Then he gets found with the 2 for the other 2 with the prostitution. I mean, y'all, he's really facing a long time. It also, I don't know how these sentences run. Do they run concurrently? Do they run consecutively? Because sometimes if you get like 3, if you're found guilty of 3 things and they all have a 10-year sentence, sometimes you might serve 10 years one time and you're considered to be serving the 10 years for each one as you're in there doing it. So it's like your clock starts on the first day for all 10. So maybe it's like sometimes you might get convicted to one sentence to 5 years and 10 years. Let's say you get sentenced to 5 years. The clock on the 10 years already started running on the first day of the 5 years as well. So then you only have to stay in a total of 10 years. It's not like you have to add, okay, 10 plus 5 plus 10 plus 5, add them all together, serve them in a row. And it just depends on like different factors, different jurisdictions, different crimes, different statutes, different all of that. Yeah, it has nothing to do with Diddy, but it's like kind of like way to make every freaking thing about yourself. My God, way to make it all about, not everything is about you, Diddy. So what? Because we have a war going on somewhere else, we don't need to worry about sex crimes? Well, we would never worry about them ever because been wars going on since before I was born and hadn't stopped since I was born. T is saying not true, and I'm assuming that this like not appropriately concise. I don't know. This just doesn't mean it. What do you mean not true? Federal sentencing is based on criminal history. That you're gonna need to give more than just like this bitchy little answer if you want me to like read it. Anyway, okay. Cause it's like not true. Okay, but based on what? Like, cause I'm sitting here going like, I don't know. It differs by jurisdiction. It differs by this, that. And then there's just these bitchy little catty little, not true. Okay, well, instead of all that, you could have cited a statute. You could have put a link. You could have done anything else helpful. So anyway, Diddy has pleaded not guilty. This is that exclusive article or whatever. He's pleaded not guilty, which we know. We're told the defense feels the prosecution hasn't done enough to make any of the charges stick. And they might just be saying that to Diddy to try to make him feel like he's going to get out. You know, it's also, I've said it. I keep saying it. I've said it 3 days in a row. This will be my second day in a row. 2 days in a row. This will be my second day in a row. I don't know what these jurors are thinking. If I'm the juror, if I'm sitting down in the jury, I have no idea what I would even do because I don't know what they've seen. I don't know what these, freak off tapes have on them, and I never will. I don't know what they've seen, what they haven't seen. It's just so hard to tell. I haven't seen their faces. All of them might just go in that room on Friday, say not guilty, and come out 10 minutes later. So, I mean, will I be surprised if that happens? No, because I truly don't even have an expectation of what they're going to do. What I believe they've proven based on things reported in court, can only go so far and is only worth so much. So it's possible, Diddy walks free. He might walk free on Friday. That would be surprising to me if he walked completely free. But, I don't know. It's possible. It's possible. Anything's possible. You really can never know, especially with jury outcomes until it's done. While it did seem like the feds were going to have an easy time proving Diddy transported S workers across state lines, we're told Diddy's delusional Diddy defense team said not so fast. Delusional Diddy defense dunces said, no. We want to rewrite reality. They said they're going to pounce on testimony from male escorts who said they were not paid for relations. They were paid for their time and their discretion. Yeah, but what about that text from Diddy saying he couldn't even perform, LOL? That kind of blows that right out the water. And this is why I don't like these Garagoses, because they're stupid. They're either so stupid that I can't be in the same vicinity with their arguments, or they are just so corrupt that the light in me just can't be. They might get struck by lightning by being close to me. And it won't be, I don't obviously control the lightning. It's just when that much degeneracy and stupidity and evil gets around me, stuff happens to people. And it's just because my light, the Lord gets them. So, I mean, I don't want to be around them. They just seem stupid and bad, like bad people. The male escorts that had relations with Cassie and Jane while Diddy watched and got paid. The argument is that Diddy was paying for their time and discretion about the whole thing. And anything sexual that happened was just between consenting adults. Closing arguments appear set for Thursday, so there's still some moving parts because today is Tuesday. Iran launched some pew-pews at U.S. bases, which, girl, I wasn't there. Who knows if anything that they're telling us is true? Could be. Qatar apparently intercepted it. This was in retaliation for Trump doing some things. I don't know what I'm allowed to talk about. I remember when that whole Ukraine thing was going on, YouTube had a rule where they were like, you can't talk about it. Any talking about it at all gets demonetized. Pro, anti, any of it. It's It was serious. So I'm trying to follow the rules personally. I like following the rules. I ain't trying to get my stuff banned. I'm trying to follow the rules. I'm trying to be abundance of caution because at the end of the day, this is my voice. This platform is my voice. And as much as I would like to be able to say any and everything all the time, I respect that I don't own this platform and I'm not able to do that. And I don't want to lose my voice. And that's really what it comes down to. I go as far as I can, but I'm happy to follow rules and I don't want to get kicked off and, all that. So, that's all I'll say about that. Okay, we got another tweet finally. They're like, 10 minutes apart, these tweets, 8 minutes apart. We're just, what are we doing today? Who knows? Hopefully Teeny's almost done. We are nearing up around the hour mark. Well, not really. We're nearing about the 45-minute mark, so she might be halfway done. Okay, so this, Teeny says, is the first mention of Anton, right? Remember Anton? He was the one that was at the S party with the other rapper. And Jane saw Anton and she was like, oh, fancy seeing you here, having relations in a rapper's hotel room in Vegas. And she was apparently on a break from Diddy. And then later on, whenever she actually pushed Diddy's head or slammed his head into the counter that night, that led to the whole altercation and all that, he ended up going on her phone and seeing, Anton. She had been texting with Anton or Antoine or whatever. And he calls Anton over there from her phone and he was hitting her in the shower with the pants on, still with the pants or the shorts on or whatever. That's this guy. So Teeny is like, this is the first mention of Anton, right? October 2022. And the special agent is like, yeah, that's where he shows up as far as I know about this chart. Okay, and these photos, Exhibit 285, do you see the bracelet she's wearing? I do. Public exhibit screen not on, entirely clear. Why not? We can't even see a bracelet now. We can't even see a bracelet. They can't even show a bracelet. Okay, I think actually that these prosecutors need to face some type of charges. Some type of you violated the Constitution by not letting the public be in this case. It's just been too secret. It's been too secretive. I don't like it. I don't feel like it's constitutional. I don't feel like it's right. Now it's to the point where you can't even see a picture of a bracelet. You can't even see a picture of a bracelet on a screen. No, I'm sorry. Can we stop with the nanny state bullshit? I'm tired of it. We've been at war for 57 years or something. Can we just stop with the nanny state bullshit? I'm tired of it. We can't see a picture of a freaking bracelet now. That's how far it's come. Jesus. We got a new update from Washington Post. Diddy's family is in the public eye. Could they help shape his trial? I tap my foot and something makes noise and I wish it would stop. Hold on. Oh. You ever need to tap your foot to get your concentration going, but then something's making noise or moving and you're like, what is that? And it's been going on for days. I think I finally got the culprit though. I think it was this tripod. Okay. Okay, here's his family. Could they help shape his trial? He's not been seen publicly since his arrest. In his absence, the cameras have been trained on his mother, his 6 adult children, and all that. Together, they presented a striking united front, holding hands, maintaining brave faces, amid disturbing testimony at Diddy's trial, where he has pleaded not guilty to 5 charges of ST, racketeering, conspiracy, and transportation to engage in institution. If convicted, he faces potentially his whole life in jail or prison. His team has said it isn't going to call any witnesses to the stand when it begins their brief presentation this week, but his family's presence and demeanor in the courtroom could provide its own narrative. Okay. We got a new update from CNN. Jury sees messages Diddy and Jane sent to Paul. So this is the trifecta, Diddy, Jane, Paul, October 2022. The jury saw messages Diddy and Jane sent to Paul in early October 2022. So it's a group chat. It's always a group chats. Jane previously testified that Paul, which is his first name, was one of the men who frequently joined the hotel nights. Jane texted Paul asking if he was ready for some fun tonight, and she told him he should come after the butlers were finished helping. So after the staff is gone, after the butlers are gone. And he could wait in the lobby if he got there too early. Diddy also texted Paul around that same time saying, hold up, the staff is outside. They leave now. Hang tight. So they're kind of coordinating, orchestrating, the freak off, and also didn't want the staff to see or hear about it. The butlers. Yes. A shout out to Oklahoma Outlaw in the chat who's tagging everybody's different little things. You can click on, if you're in the live chat right now, you can click Oklahoma Outlaw has just put in Inner City Press's links. Liz said, wait, hold on. This is exactly what Harvey Levin said last night about Homeland Security investigation focusing on the war instead of, well, Levin, I mean, listen, y'all are allowed to have your political leanings, y'all are allowed to have your loyalties, but if you just think about it for just 1 second, why Harvey Levin would be arfing like a fucking seal over this particular war. Did he say we need to worry about annihilating Israel? Did he say that? No. Who do we need to worry about annihilating? People opposed to Israel. And now we're talking about the most freaking propagandist of all Hollywood. Okay. The man has been Hollywood's propagandist from jump. So, I mean, that being said, my heart is with the people of Israel as well. My heart is with the people of all nations who are trapped in oppressive regimes, no matter what they decide to call that country today or tomorrow, and no matter who's occupying it. Okay. My heart is with the people. You're not going to make me start hating people. All right. So my heart is with the people who are just trying to raise their families and cook their dinners each night and grow their little crops and have chickens laying eggs or whatever they're trying to do. Read a damn book in peace for freaking once. Just anything. Y'all, it's seriously, I'm trying to get through this. I'm trying to get through this day without getting kicked off the internet. That's the goal. What is this? Diddy's defense is so stupid. What's this? Where's this from? Text messages. Oh, so here's some of the text messages. I guess some did come out. I don't know how Harvey Levin got them and they're not on the docket. So last minute, you can make it happen. The tip will reflect that. Just let me know. I can come. Call you in an hour. Cool. Okay. Just need name for tick. And time. Is 3 cool? Leaves at 3. This is crazy. They are crazy. They are crazy for doing all this. It's just kind of shenanigans. And it's like, wow, we really do live in the world with some sickos who think some of this stuff should just be allowed. I'm sick of it. It's just too much. We've gone too far, y'all. We need to reel it back in. My opinion. Okay, look. No, what are they doing? They watching a freak off again? What are they doing? Shout out to Dr. Nikki, NPW, Proctor Walden, PhD. I was just thinking about you yesterday. A member for 2 months. Howard University revoked his thing already, y'all. They already revoked his honorary doctorate when Cassie filed her lawsuit. Or wait, June 2024 isn't when she filed her lawsuit, but it was after. Thanks so much for letting us know that one. Thank you, Julie Sims, for the $5 super chat. His son's also facing SA charges. Are they a good support system? So, Julie, I don't think they are facing charges. I think they're only facing a civil allegations, which are not criminal charges. But, you know, maybe they did those things. Maybe they didn't. You know, innocent until proven guilty in any event, but they are not charged with these crimes. However, of course, I'm looking forward to seeing the evidence that they're able to produce, these accusers at, trial and things like that. Um, I just, first of all, we don't know what happened. First of all. Second of all, I am personally a little bit apprehensive to be like, oh, well, someone said it in a lawsuit. It must be true, because people have lied about me in lawsuits and like really lying. Like, there's just no way to reconcile what happened with the truth. Like, perjury, like totally just freaking just lied about me in lawsuits. And so now it kind of broke my reality where it's like, I know people can do that. So am I saying I'm necessarily going to think everybody in a lawsuit is lying? No. And in fact, I actually believe a lot of things that people say in lawsuits. That being said, let's, be careful about, they were both charged with XYZ, because they weren't charged, to my knowledge, unless I'm just missing something. And to my knowledge, they were not charged criminally. It's more like civil allegations. Thank you so much for that $5. Thank you so much, Jade, for the 1.99 super sticker. I know. Can we seriously please move on? Oh, Louise, that makes sense. Louise Blair said, I think they might be trying to show that the staff didn't know about any of it. So how could it be a conspiracy through the organization? Yeah. And it's like, well, did the staff not know about any of it? Or did the staff not know about this one particular freak off? With Paul and Jane. Okay. So we have one new tweet 14 minutes later. Jane writes, can you come to Turks? What does he say back? He says, yes, love. I have a passport, but not vaccination. She said, can you get in ATL? And then a few days later, she asks about Miami. He's like, I ain't getting all of that just to go to a freak off. I'll tell you that. Remember, you couldn't fly on a plane to certain places without doing all that. Oh my God, that was crazy. That was really scary times. Okay, messages between Jane and Sly were not part of the government's chart. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos has brought up text messages between Jane, Diddy's ex-girlfriend, and Sly/Cabral, a male entertainer, that were not included in the government's initial chart. In separate texts, Jane told the male S worker that she enjoyed their encounter. She claimed she was excited to see him, and she tried to set up a time for him to come over. Less than a minute ago, CNN.com, Diddy and Jane coordinated to keep staff from seeing entertainer during the hotel night. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos reviewed records and text messages related to a hotel night in January 2023, when it appeared that Diddy and Jane were taking steps to prevent the staff from seeing a man involved in the hotel nights. When they were planning a hotel night, Diddy texted Jane, can I walk in on you and Paul? I would like that. She said yes and asked him what time she should tell the entertainer. Maybe 9:30 so he doesn't run into anyone. Jane texted Paul later, okay, let me make sure the coast is clear. So that was ratty behavior, that Diddy was doing, trying to make sure nobody was going to see Paul, the trifecta in action. God forbid. Okay. So then she asked about Miami. All right. So then Jane writes, tonight was fun. What does he say? He says, had a great time with you, baby. Okay. Now, April 2023. This is a group chat. Jane, Diddy, and Paul, the trifecta. He says, hey, Jane, but he says her real name. And he says, I'm available. And she asks about the 19th. I know some of us are locked down at home. We weren't able to see families and friends and graduations and people on deathbeds and hospitals and surgeries and giving birth, but these people are doing this. Okay. All right. April said, this is painful. This is painful cross examination. Kimberly Grant said, are we on defense now? No. I mean, kinda, because this is Diddy's lawyer asking the question. So I mean it's kind of on defense, but no. It's still cross examination of the government's last witness. Rose said, "Bring up the ones of Diddy texting Paul, telling him to convince her to do the freak off, so she had said no to." Okay, haven't stopped thinking about it. Messages appear to show Jane enjoyed S session. Today's hearing was about to start with jurors watching footage or listening to audio, but due to problems with headphones, the court was told they will come back to this. Moving on, defense lawyer Tina Garagos takes jurors through text message exchanges between Diddy and his former girlfriend, Jane, and other messages between Jane and an escort from December 2021. In the messages, Jane appears to be showing that she enjoyed a session she had with Diddy, saying that she hasn't stopped thinking about it and it just gets better and better. In the messages to the escort, she asked him to elaborate about their night and told him that was one for the books. Other messages appear to show Jane contacting the escort herself in the days after this. Remember, Jane and Diddy dated on and off from 21 to all the way to his arrest in 2024. She is an alleged victim in this trial and gave evidence accusing Diddy of abuse under a pseudonym. So Jane is not her like actual, birth certificate name. Brother in Christ, we're still in the text. Yes, we are. Y'all, it's hot too. If you're in the Northeast, it is hot. We having a heat wave. Thanks so much, Facing Truth, for the $5 super chat. I wonder if Dana Tran participated in hacking people's phones, emails, etc. If so, she needs to go down. I haven't heard anything about hacking or anything about any of those cyber types of stuff, Facing Truth. So I don't know. Thank you for that $5. I don't know. I haven't heard her mentioned even. So I don't think she's going to be going anywhere. Not for this trial. Maybe a separate trial. They were sneaking and linking and sneaking and Gregory said, and the Southeast is having cookouts without grills now. Dang. Oh, half the country's on a heat alert. In Puerto Rico, it has been getting hotter for people outside or getting some sun. Put on sunscreen and drink a lot of water, girl. A sunscreen don't even hold a candle. I got to have a parasol, a hat, long sleeves. How many more days of trial? Well, it depends what you're counting as trial. Sherry Partridge. Testimony should end today. But what's going to be going on after that is going to be other stuff. I guess it still counts as trial, and then it's going to be jury deliberations are going to start on Friday. But the closing arguments for both sides are taking place on Thursday. Oh, it's Nuys, Van Nuys. Okay, good to know. Thank you, V. V said it's Van Nuys. Got it. Oh, yeah, Holly, guess what? I'm the color of paper, so the CeraVe tinted sunscreen, it makes me look orange. These little tinted, that's all cute and good for people that's got a little bit of melanin. And I understand, you got a lot of melanin, then they don't work either, but because it don't match either. But I can't wear no tinted moisturizer, no tinted sunscreen because it makes me look orange because I'm the color of paper, girl. It's a curse. The rain is coming. Can I go over the issue with jurors? There's no issue with jurors. One of them got kicked off because he did not keep his story straight about where he lived. And the judge didn't know if he was, just a liar or what. And all the other juror issues have not really been talked about publicly. We have no idea what's going on with them, but the judge declined to remove any more jurors. So no juror issues that I know of. It's going to be 101 degrees in New Jersey today. I don't think y'all understand. These people up here ain't never felt nothing like that. But I will say it gets very hot in the Northeast and humid. It just doesn't stay hot for very long. Like it'll get in the 90s in New Jersey, like every summer. It does get very hot. Like you don't want to be out there. But it's not like for like 6 straight months, like Louisiana. Oh man, y'all, it is just moving at a snail's pace. I feel like this is a test of my patience for real. I really do. Finally. 10 minutes between tweets. I mean, it is hard. Tonight was fun. What does he say? He says he had a great time. Okay, now, April 2023, Jane, Diddy, and Paul, the trifecta. He says, hey, Jane, I'm available. She asks about the 19th. Yeah. Then Jane says, I'll reach out. How about P? Ital is available. What does Diddy respond? He says, okay, did you find location? You in the mood? Jane says, didn't know you were unsatisfied. I stopped and got a couple more outfits. Again, who knows what happened in between these texts. By the time they actually make them public, it'll be like an unconstitutionally late period of time. So we can only just guess. Like, that's the thing that makes this also frustrating is that it's just going so slow now. And when we finally get something, it's just completely out of context. We are not even allowed to see these exhibits, and the government, like, I mean, look, listen, I'm glad they're prosecuting people that they think did crimes and stuff, but like, isn't it a crime to keep the people's information from us? Like, can they stop? Can they be investigated? Like, can we know what they're freaking talking about? It's just like, I just feel like we're just so out of the loop. It's almost like, have you ever been somewhere where everybody in the room speaks a language you don't speak? And they're all talking to each other. You have no idea what they're saying. And they're all laughing or they're crying or they're having reactions. And you're just sitting there like, now imagine that's going on in your own living room and they're guests and you don't even know them. Okay. So like, that's kind of what I feel like in this court case. Like in the people's house, they're doing all these secret meetings. They're speaking in languages we don't understand because they have it all hidden from us. Shout out to people that speak a lot of languages. Cause here I am sitting there going, what? 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 What are you laughing at? What's so funny? What's the joke? Somebody tell me. That's how like literally the whole entire American public is having to do with this trial. In our public institutions. Brilliant analogy, makes a ton of sense. That's what's going on here. Oh, y'all, my cousins in Louisiana are melting. Angel Clement Guidry, thank you for the $9.99. Cousin, it's so hot down here in Louisiana. It feels like you're drowning on air. You know it's hot when you walk outside and immediately you got that sweat right there. Immediate. It's like it's so hot, it's condensation. It's not even sweat, it's condensation. And no, I'm not going to make it. Keep up the great work. Y'all stay inside, stay in the shade. Get y'all a hand fan. Yeah, New Jersey is the Northeast. Yeah. Learning your seventh language. That's good. That's good. I hope you can learn telepathy under the docket to see what they talking about. Who is hot in Lafayette? Air you can wear. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot. The color of paper. I am. Look. It's really not that much different. Look, I got a white card here. This is a white card. We not far off, girl. We not far off. Is Catrice or Catrice? What is the defense doing here? I'm like, you're proving the prosecution's case, girl. These ladies already said Diddy made them do it. Wait, what's 9 degrees Celsius? I don't know those conversions. Why they got us on a different system? 9 Celsius to Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit. Such a German word. Oh, that's cold, girl. It's 48 degrees over there. Does it ever get hot? Okay, Denise said stop it. Maybe a manila envelope. I need to find one of them. I don't think I have one of them. I don't think I have one. Okay, fine. Maybe I'm not the color of paper. But like this is really my real color. So it's like it's a little closer. You see what I mean? Y'all, I know y'all see it. 93 degrees in Pennsylvania. It's freezing. It's 48 degrees. That's cold. I was trying to see if I had one. I don't have nothing else to do. Pink, yeah, pink undertones because I'm like inflamed, but it's like kind of like mostly overall neutral. Mostly overall neutral, but yeah, I could go either way. Paper in winter, but Native American jeans come out in summer. I don't burn anymore. Oh, girl, I do. Ooh, Lord. I burn. Yeah, I mean, I put a lot, I gotta put the bronzer and stuff, but my like actual color is like that color. Blockasian, somebody said. And even my like white family members are tanner than me. I'm like on the very white, light, pale, fair, whatever, is the appropriate word to use. Okay. Yes, blue, white. Yes, it's blue. I'm blue. Yes. Like this part, it's blue. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, cousin. Cherise said, that's okay. We love our melanin challenge cousins. Girl, I have to be under an umbrella. I don't even mess with sunscreen hardly. I just got to be under a parasol at this point. I'm glad y'all accept me. Casper. I know the foundation color is Casper, somebody said. Woo. My color is the color of paper. Use plenty of sunscreen, Alicia said, all year round. I'm not with that sun damage. The girl, you can't get sun damage. You don't go in the, you don't go in the sun like me. Okay, anyway, okay, look. So then Jane writes, I know, what you like, daddy. At the London, before you left for NYC, you did a film, you forgot it, you promised you wouldn't forget. Then smirky face, devil face. I'm coming, daddy. Can y'all stop calling abusers daddy if you can help it? That video you sent me was hot. Sweat emoji. So what is this? She's trying to get a video from somebody? Jane, I know what you like. At the London, before you left, you did a film. You forgot it. You promised you wouldn't forget. Smirky face, devil face. I'm coming to you, daddy. Ew. That video you sent me was hot. Sweat emoji. Teeny is obsessed. I think she needs to go to therapy. I think she needs to maybe be in involuntary psychiatric hold or something with how much she likes having these texts read out loud in court. It's giving ratty. It's giving nasty. Okay, they've now added to the thing they did on CNN. So the last thing we said was this one right here. Jane texted Paul, "Okay, let me make sure the coast is clear." Garagos reviewed Jane's messages, coordinating times with entertainers before some of the alleged hotel nights listed in the summary charts. In one conversation from April 2023, Jane told an entertainer to give it a beat for security and later said he's still making sure everyone's gone outside. Imagine having to sneak around in your own house like that. And it's not even because you're doing presents for your kids or something. Please. It's disgusting. Carrie said the daddy grandpa stuff turns my stomach. It does. It does. It's nasty. Teeny is pregnant. Oh, y'all pray for that poor child. Pray for that poor child being born into this clan. Oh my God, poor thing. Help her, Jesus. Help her, Lord. Stacy said she admitted to doing that to get these for him. I don't think this is helpful to Diddy. I didn't know she was pregnant, y'all. Pray for that one. Pray for that one. Puppy. Y'all, why are you calling your lovers your dad name? That's giving a little Freudian, huh? Pop, pop. Does she need a 5150 Zaddy? Y'all, no, y'all. We got to stop. We got to make 2025 the year we stop calling other men that's not our fathers and in father figures daddy. Okay, we got to do that. Let's stop. Let's all take a pack. There's 6,700 people in here. Maybe 80% of y'all is probably, actually, I don't know. I don't know what people's orientations are. But can we stop calling the men, romance partners in our life, daddy, zaddy, pop, pop, even poppy? Let's stop doing that. Let's bring back normal dad relationships. Oh, girl. Honestly, I'm still kind of messed up over that Menendez brothers stuff. Wow. Because now I'm like, well, what were they telling the truth? All of it. Because one of the brothers was a little bit more, deviant, right? Than the other one. One of the brothers actually admitted to abusing the other brother. So it's man, what's really going on out here? Okay, Diddy texts Jane about crazy fantasies. This is Sky News 10 minutes ago. The court continues to hear. Oh, it's 11:11. Y'all make a wish. I'm wishing for world peace. Hope that doesn't ruin the wish and make it not come true. Okay, the court continues to hear about messages between Diddy and his former girlfriend Jane. In April 2022, Diddy texted Jane to tell her he was having crazy fantasies about a sex worker, but then he changed it to saying you and Leo, LOL. She replied saying she wanted to make love to him only because she hadn't been with him, quote, selfishly for 5 months. Y'all, it's not selfish to want to be in a relationship with the person you're in a relationship with. Okay, it's not. Other messages later in the year show Jane telling Diddy she loves him and saying she would not take him for granted. Less than a minute ago, CNN.com, Diddy told Jane to hide hotel night from KK. In another message thread planning a hotel night later the next year, April 2023, Diddy asked Jane to find the location, saying, I can't have KK, no damn. I told y'all he don't know how to write. He don't know how to talk. He don't know how to type. I can't have KK, no damn. Okay. That's why you're doing the voice notes. Got it. KK is a nickname for Christina Karam, Diddy's former chief of staff. Jane arranged for an entertainer to meet them and said she had picked up new outfits. When Diddy asked her if she was in the mood, she replied, yes. And then Diddy texted Jane, did you get pill? Hit me when coast clear. Would have killed a man to write the, Diddy later texted Jane, did you get pill? No, did you get the pill, uphill, the, no. Hit me when coast clear, not the coast is clear. God forbid he use an auxiliary word. Jane responded, Joey is gone and Italian is pulling up. The next day, Jane texted Diddy an explicit message and told him, I love you, loving on me and me, you. I love you. She came right either. I love you, loving on me and me, you. I love you, loving on me and me, you. Girl, maybe it's a different language that's not English and then I just didn't learn it yet or something. Oh, okay, so this is the most recent tweet, was 7 minutes ago. And another thing too, y'all, like, even if this was, like, interesting and not ratty and, concise, it still is just all stuff we already knew and already heard. Finally, another update from the Washington Post 2 minutes ago. Shayna Jacobs. Diddy is hunched over at the defense table, following along as his attorney cross-examines the special agent about text messages that he processed, and they appear to show Jane planning and willingly participating in freak-offs by booking male escorts and making other arrangements. We expect the prosecution to rest its case after the agent leaves the stand. Now we are on about that. Okay, she started around 10, so it has been about an hour and 15 minutes. So I would hope. Does anybody remember if you could rewind? And see what time she started? It was 9 something, 9:50 something. So then at 10:50, whatever that was, it would have been an hour. And it's 11:15 right now. So if she started her questioning at 10 o'clock a.m., it's been an hour, 15 minutes. And that's how much she said that she needed to do. And she was going to be done. This lipstick, I know y'all are going to ask. It's MAC. Maximal Sleek Satin Lipstick in the color 832 Creme Cup. CREME with the little thing over the E. Okay, Auntie Jen said, I saw another attorney reactor. Oh, I'm not an attorney. I'm a lawyer, girl. I gave the license up. Describing this defense strategy as flooding the jury in hopes of overloading them. Okay, all right. That's interesting. Let me look up that strategy. Flooding the jury strategy. No. Okay, this must be like not the AI didn't find out about it yet. But I know there are like terms of art within the profession, how you would describe a strategy. So Auntie Jen is saying, I saw another attorney reactor, which I'm a lawyer, not an attorney, but describing this defense strategy as flooding the jury. And the hope is they will overload the jury and purge the details. Christina said, and these women did all this crap to be able to spend just a little bit of time with Diddy. Yeah. I mean, obviously, people will call Brandon, people will call their, if you're a mom or you're a parent and you're like, go ask dad, go ask daddy. That's fine. Because you're talking about somebody that is in the capacity of a dad. That's totally fine. Yeah, you could be silly and call each other stuff, y'all, but why you want to call your romantic partner daddy? It's like, we gotta, whoever told us that was okay, they lied. But I see what you're saying. Not everybody is a sick pervert freak like, some of these people. Yeah. I don't know what y'all fighting about, but yeah, if you don't like it, you can go. I don't work for you. Today's my birthday. Happy birthday, K-pop maniac. They're love bombing the jury. I don't think so. That's what it feels like. Teeny drags everything out like crazy. Flooding zone is a marketing or PR strategy. Yeah. The jury is allowed to take notes. Yes. Yes. Okay, let's go back to Government Exhibit 1406. This is from May 2023. Oh, happy birthday to VT Kitten. Okay, so this is I guess a group chat from May 2023, so about 2 years ago. This is the trifecta. Wait, there's 2 S workers in the group chat, girl, now? Again, we don't know what this is because all we can, all we know is this tweet. Let's go back to Government Exhibit 1406, May 19th through 20th, 2023. It's Jane, Diddy, Paul, and that's the trifecta, and then also Sly Cabral, who's the one that apparently allegedly extorted or blackmailed or whatever for the S tape, like hit up Jane and was like, I'll give you 10,000. If you give me $10,000, I'll give you this tape. But then he sold the tape. That's Sly Cabral. And then there's this other guy, Paul, and that's the one who is the trifecta. He's a trainer, but he's also a freak off participant. So I guess it's all 4 of them in a group chat, May 2023. And Diddy writes, is Chef still here? She says no. LOL. No, LOL. Okay, so Diddy is like, is the chef still here? And Jane says no, LOL. Okay, pull up texts of the personal assistants. The special agent said, I don't know which is who. Can you give me names? Okay, here, look. Miss Karam, that's the chief of staff, Christina Karam, writes, for hotel, they want fruit, outfits, shorts for him, size large, fruits and juices. She writes, are you hydrated? I'll be at one hotel, residential side. Hey, hun, had a great time. You see that? The special agent is like, yeah. One minute ago, CNN.com, Jane arranged a May 2023 hotel night with an entertainer. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos reviewed some of Jane's messages before an alleged hotel night in May 2023. Jane texted Diddy about an available entertainer. She said she was trying to arrange some things for a trip, but he didn't respond to a few of her messages. And she then said, baby, all is set. Jane also texted Jane also texted one of the entertainers asking when he would be able to fly to Miami. Days later, she texted that entertainer that she was setting up the hotel. Later that same day, Jane said, give me a sec, clearing out the assistant. They had to stop by to drop off stuff and asked him to wait in the lobby. Hours later, she texted him to thank him for coming out and told him she could send him payment through Zelle. Okay. Archer Fern, I mean, y'all got to go check out my video that I made on the Olympics. It was like Bacchus. I made a live stream or a video on this channel, and I made one on BJ Investigates. And I kind of, looked into a little bit of these like ancient rituals. They've been poo-pooing and vomiting on each other for like about 1,200 years. I saw it on the side of a vase, an ancient Greek vase. Okay. It was a picture of one. I don't know. Could have been AI, but it's in the video. Cream794 said both women said that they would set these meetings up. Like, it's not news. Thanks so much to Allison for the $5 super chat. Peacock has a documentary. Menendez Menudo, Boys Betrayed. I highly recommend it. Totally different perspective. It's really good and probably may change minds. Okay. Good to know. Thanks so much for that $5 super chat. I will check out the Boys Betrayed documentary on Peacock. Thank you so much, Julie Sims, for the $5 super chat. I remember the Menendez brothers. No one back then believed boys could be SA'd. Sad. Thank you for all you do. You make the workday go faster. I'll be laughing all day at you. Shout out to that. Thank you for that $5. Yeah, obviously, any gender, any sex of anybody, any age could be, no one is excluded from being victim of something. SA specifically. Diddy's just hunched over, following along. They're not doing nothing over here at NBC or The Independent. Okay, we got another update here from Sky News just now. The court hears more messages between Jane, Diddy, and male escorts. As cross-examination of the Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent Joseph Curciello continues, jurors are taken through more messages between Diddy, his former girlfriend Jane, and male S-workers. The defense is trying to show Jane, who testified against Diddy under a pseudonym, played an active role in their S sessions with the escorts. She texted one male entertainer about meeting up in October and November 2022. The court hears, including a text asking if the entertainer was free this evening for his birthday. Diddy's birthday is November 4th. Jurors are also told about messages between Diddy and Jane from January 2023. In which he asked Jane, "Can I walk in on you and escort? I would like that." I don't know who it is. They hid his name. Intercity Press had said it. I think it was Paul. "Yes," Jane replied. She also texted a thumbs up emoji about a night of debauchery. Jane dated Diddy on and off from early 2021 to September 2024 when he was arrested. And while the freak-offs were mainly referred to as freak-offs, by Diddy when he was with a previous partner, Cassie, with Jane, they were called hotel nights, wild king nights, or debauchery. The court has heard. So she is right around an hour and a half. So she's going over schedule. She said she would be done by approximately 11:15 because of she said hour and 15 minutes. She didn't get started till about around 10 o'clock, but now it's 11:27. So she needs to really honestly, seriously, and sincerely get the show on the freaking road. Move it along, Teeny. We all know. Everybody knows that the girls were setting up the freak offs. All right. It's not new and it's not news. Jenna said, we are getting close to a verdict. Maybe some news sources are intimidated, refraining on weighing in. Could be, I guess, but of what? Intimidated by what? Thanks so much, Lauren, for the $20 super chat. I took a quick DID break for the Canton verdict. Oh, I don't know anything about this. Makes me even more bullish on supporting you at every turn. Facts ain't defamation and subjectivity ain't justice. Wait, what is the Canton verdict? Who is this? Oh, Karen Reed. As the town of Canton. Oh, the town of Canton looks to move on. It's the town. I did not follow the Karen Reed, y'all. Thank you for the $20 super chat, and thank you for your support. The bullish support. I have no idea how much time Diddy might get or not get. I mean, it really just depends on a lot of stuff. It depends on what he gets. If he gets convicted of anything, he could be acquitted. Who knows? Who knows? I was honestly shocked. I was absolutely shocked the man was put into the jail without bond or whatever. Yeah, the peso, you got it. These news sources, no, it had nothing to do with intimidated. They want to get the exclusive from TriStar on Kardashian news and the Bezos wedding. There it is, in my opinion. I don't know, but that's what I think. Tony said Diddy is going to get at least 10 years, hopefully. I think I won't be surprised at all if he gets 10 to 30 years. I'll be kind of surprised if he gets life, but that's just because I didn't think that he was ever going to face any justice at all, anything at all. So the fact he's been in jail this long is a surprise to me, just holding. Okay, we got 2 new tweets. Okay, and here Jane writes to Diddy, I love you. Can't wait to see you. Heart emojis. Now she writes, let's be positive. Remember how we turned it around at 1 star, right? Right. And 1 star is Diddy's house. And Diddy says, you got chef? And Jane says, no. Jane says, I was trying for my chefy poo. Oh, right. I think one of them is a chef. One of them was like a chef and they would call him chef. So that's like a name for one of them. It's not like the actual chef. Jane writes, are you up to coming to LA? How much would it be to compensate for missing chef gig? And he responds, sorry, love. I could have did it with enough heads up. He's like, I'm not going to not go to my chef entertaining thing to have a freak off with you. Ew. Didn't have enough heads up. Less than a minute ago, CNN.com, the prosecution called 34 witnesses. Here's a list of who testified. As the prosecution prepares to rest their case today, it has called a total of 34 witnesses, 1 for each year I've been alive, since the ST and racketeering conspiracy trial against Diddy. The prosecution's final witness, Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent Joseph Curciello, is on the stand this morning to continue his cross-examination before the defense will then present their case. It's their case. Here's the full list of witnesses. Israel Flores, the Intercontinental Hotel security guard. Daniel Phillip, a male escort. Cassie Ventura, ex-girlfriend and accuser. Yassine Binda, Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent. Don Richard, pop singer. Carrie Morgan, Cassie's former friend. David James, former Diddy assistant. Regina Ventura, Cassie's mom. Sheree Hayes, aka The Punisher, which is male exotic dancer / freak-off participant. Gerard Gannon, Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent. Dawn Hughes, expert psychologist. Remember her, the lady from the Johnny Depp trial? Then we had George Kaplan, another former Diddy assistant. Scott Mescudi, aka Kid Cudi, musician Kid Cudi. Mila Morales, makeup artist, celebrity makeup artist. Also, there was Frederick Zemmour, general manager of a hotel in Beverly Hills called L'Hermitage. There was also Joshua Croft, a Homeland Security Investigation computer forensics agent. Capricorn Clark, former Diddy assistant. Christopher Ignacio, LAPD officer. Lance Jimenez, LA Fire Department arson investigator. We also heard from Deontay Nash, who was a stylist. We heard from Mia, who was a pseudonym, former Diddy assistant. Sylvia Oken, Beverly Hills Hotel staff. Eddie Garcia, who was the Intercontinental Hotel staff. We also heard from Derek Ferguson, the former chief financial officer for Bad Boy Entertainment. Frank Piazza, forensic video expert. We had Bana, aka Brianna Bongolin. That was Cassie's friend. Enrique Santos, a Southern District of New York tech analyst. Also, we heard from Jane, Diddy's ex-girlfriend and accuser. We heard from Andre Lamont. Oh, also, this is an alleged victim of one of the crimes. Andre Lamont, a Homeland Security Investigation special agent. We also heard from Jonathan Perez, a former Diddy assistant. Ananya Sankar, who was an expert witness of sorts, a summary witness, this Southern District of New York paralegal summary witness. Delessa Penland, the Southern District of New York special agent, who was also a summary witness. And then Brendan Paul, long awaited, but a little bit, I think, anticlimactic and very fast, former Diddy assistant. And finally, Joseph Curciello, the Homeland Security Investigation special agent, who was a summary witness as well. He's on the stand right now, running over 20 minutes over time at this point. 5 witnesses have testified under an immunity order. That was George Kaplan, Eddie Garcia, Bana Bongolin, Jonathan Perez, and Brendan Paul. Okay. We have another new tweet. Okay, and then Diddy writes here, hurry up. She's at hotel and she's aroused as hell, need help. And Paul responds, LOL, right? And then Diddy sent Paul a picture. Does the picture look like Shaquille O'Neal? Yes. The judge said, can we have a sidebar, Teeny? The judge called the sidebar himself. Like, what the hell is this? What is going on in here? Then they're doing a sidebar. Okay, we have another update from CNN. Jury gets a break. Jury dismissed. Okay, so they let the jury leave until 11:50, which is 15 minutes. So then the sidebar doesn't need to be a sidebar, and they need to come back out and make their arguments in the open court. Hold on, I gotta send a text. Hold on. The sidebars are calling sidebars. I know. Even the judge is tired of this foolery. Yeah, because it's like, and then what happened? And then what happened? It's like, it's all stuff that, like, who cares? It actually proves the prosecution's case. If anything, it shows that Diddy is like, come over here and help me with this girl. Like, is no one going to bring up that this Paul character was an employee and you're not supposed to be having your employees do freak offs? No? We just letting that slide? Bars and baby bars and side bars and little bars and big bars and Zan bars and this bars and that bars and going to the bars. It's just all of this. Can we just get it moving? Jury gets to come back at 11:50. So that's in 12 minutes. Diddy hid a hotel night from his staff. He tried to hide planning for a hotel night from his staff, according to text messages between him and Jane. In one text to Jane, Diddy asked her to find a hotel to set up a freak off and later asked her to let him know when the coast was clear. Oh, look at him. They do him so dirty with what color they make his teeth. Oh, man. Let me look up Jabore Hadley's case. And see if that judge has decided anything on that gag order. I'm interested to see if the judge is going to actually put the gag order in place or not. I mean, personally, I think it would be unconstitutional, but I also think that the one from the Milagro person was unconstitutional. No, nothing new here. What other cases are we keeping up with? I don't think anything will have been filed in the Diddy one because they've been in court all morning. Unless there was stuff filed, already, and then it just takes a minute to hit the docket. Like a few hours or whatever. I'll check it anyway. No. There's been 420 things filed in this Diddy case on the docket. Mid-morning break in courtroom action. Action? Yeah, okay. He called for a 15-minute break. The defense has been examining years of text messages between Jane and Diddy, showing that the former girlfriend had the freedom to travel and set her own activities, which she did admit. I mean, she said she would set him up because Diddy would tell her to. Okay, they're back for the sidebar only for this. We are taking a break. Inner City Press said, note, this cross-examination has already gone longer than Teeny Garrigo's ratty ass had projected yesterday. Will they get to the defense case today? Why are the public exhibit screens left off for exhibits without Jane's name? I mean, these are all questions I want to know the answer to personally. All questions I want to know the answer to. Shaq has not testified in the United States versus Sean Combs, nor is he alleged to be involved. His photo was sent as a joke, as happens. But because of the excessive secrecy in this trial, public screens turned off for no reason, AI will latch onto stray parts of questions. And there's a book. Last we heard from the details queens, Diddy was hunched over. Y'all want to look at the web? We could do some webbing. Ratty ass. Y'all, somebody send her some detangler. Send her some Not On My Watch by Kinky Curly Curls or whatever the brand is called. Not Today. Isn't that a funny name? Not On My Watch, and it's called KNOT. Let me see. Hold on. Let me pull up my little webby web. I want to show y'all. Let's play with that for a moment. Okay. Oh, at least I got hair, bit. Yep. Never forget. At least I got hair. Never forget. Hold on. I gotta get rid of a fake news bot. Crafting through the crazy said I use that on my hair. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna show y'all the best detangler. Hold on, I'm gonna show y'all the best detangler. If you have a teeny Garagos rat problem, like sometimes I do, listen, takes one to know one. I get a knot right there. I gotta detangle it. Okay, what is it? Is it the knot on my watch? I think is the one I like. No, not today is the one I like. Not today. This one right here, y'all. Oh, this one right here. Not sponsored. They don't know I exist. You got tangles? Get you some of this right here. The brand is called Kinky Curly. Not to be, confused. You could use it on your hair just to get the knots out, okay? Even if it's not curly or kinky. Exhibit A, I'm not curly or kinky, but nor my hair's not. But that stuff right there, that works really good. This one works okay too. Aunt Jackie's. Not on my watch detangler, but it's this one right here is so good, y'all. It's a good detangler. I don't know. It's probably got full of poison or something. I'm not saying it's natural or anything, but it works if you got knots. Okay, let me go back to my little webby web. Surface hair care curly line is the best. I can't put just like any old curly stuff in my hair though, y'all, because it's like very, like I have like, what's this called? Fine. It's very fine. It's not coarse. So I got to be careful about the heavy stuff because then I look like a drowned rat, which is even worse than teeny. Okay. I'm not. Okay. Like, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. I never did the DNA test, but I mean, who knows? I could be. I already told y'all. We all cousins. Sophia said BJ is at the beauty supply store. Is that why y'all are saying that? Because it's like only at some places. I will be up in the Jay's Beauty or whatever, y'all. Yes, I will. Yeah, no, kinky doesn't mean sexual. We got to use words means what it means. And I don't know if that's like, derogatory. I really don't know, disrespect intended. I've heard people, refer to their hair texture as that, but maybe that's, not a nice word to say about people's hair. It's the name of the brand though. So, I mean, take it up with them. Not sponsored. Oh, yeah, they took a break already. The Koberger trial is in August. So is the Menendez. So I'll definitely cover that. I'll cover their resentencing, but that'll probably only be a day. I'm going to also cover probably Keefe D because that's only in February. So I'll probably cover Keefe D. Girl, I'm dead. Not full of poison. Could be. They definitely have some of those brands that are like, Shelby said cousins for real. They definitely have some of those brands that are like all like, jojoba, cocoa, shea from the straight from the branch in your hair. Like that's great. But sometimes you just need like, hairspray. Just like, or whatever, you need the poison. Y'all are funny. She said BJ is funny. How, okay, now for my question. Can a juror be dismissed as biased if they can't show or prove their verdict using evidence? They can't show or prove their verdict. I don't know, Brittany. That's a good question. Thanks so much for the $4.99. Rolling with the Stone said, I'm welcome, so y'all leave me alone. We welcome you with open arms. Thank you. Cousins anyway. Yes, a drowned rat. Yes. If you ever put some stuff for like, coarse hair in your little fine hair, like they did when they put the blue magic in my hair whenever they gave me cornrows for the cheerleading competition, it didn't wash out for 2 weeks. I was looking drowned rat. Yes. That's what I look like. I sometimes sleep with a bonnet, but you know what, Mimi? I find that like my little edges can't even really handle even that. But I do have a satin pillowcase. I do sleep with a satin pillowcase. But I've been on the lookout for one that like, I don't know, fits and is good and stuff. I have several, but it just feels kind of restrictive, like, and it feels like it actually pulls on my, like, this parts, the corners, um, like friction or something. You know what I mean? But I do have the satin pillowcase. Wait, the fact that you use Aunt Jackie's product, the Aunt Jackie's one is the one that kind of gives a little drown rat effect. Like you gotta wash it out. You gotta wash it out all the way. Remember that time Lima was making fun of somebody and said she was wearing a shower cap and it was a bonnet? Yep, Monica beat me to it. I don't use Aquanet. I don't. I use what hairspray? I actually use Diva Curl hairspray. Or Wow. What's the name of that brand? It's like it's called Texas Hold'em. The Diva Curl or the Texas Hold'em is the hairspray I use. Thank you so much to Cheryl for the $1.99 super chat. Diddy gave new meaning to the word kinky. Well, let's take it back, y'all. Let's reclaim. Carol's daughter has a nice detangler. Okay, I'll check that one out. Thanks so much, Cheryl, for that $1.99. You got to use Dawn. That's for wigs. Guys, for synthetic wigs. That is not for your real hair. Oh, you mean whenever I got the Blue Magic? Yes, I did have to use Dawn. You're so right. I was like a baby duck in the oil spill. Oh, God, they did, Sophia. They put that Blue Magic in my hair because everybody wanted cornrows. This is about circa 2006. Everybody wanted cornrows, and we were going to the HBCU cheer camp. Southern University is the one that we were closest to. And we were going to there, and everybody wanted cornrows except, I was just down for whatever. And yep, somebody's mama was in there with the rat tail comb doing the cornrows, and it was Blue Magic in my hair. Yes, it was. And it did not come out for a long time. And we did end up having to use, we did end up having to use Dawn. I'm telling y'all, that is true. That is true. Lakeisha said it's always sold out. Stop. Woo. Yeah, I mean, it's probably sometimes you just need it. Silk hair ties are the best. Me too. My hair's fine, but I'll have a lot of it. I can use anything like that. It makes you look like you poured oil all over your head. Yep. Crochet sleep bonnets from my own bamboo yarn. Oh, slay. I have the satin bedding. Everyone needs it. Brandon's like, what are y'all talking about? It's okay. If you don't get tangles, then you don't know. Then you don't know. Oh my God, Diva Curl. Okay, she is our cut. The hairspray's good. The hairspray's good. And they have a little wavy line, for us that looks like drowned rats if we try to use the full curl power. She did. No, we're not. Aunt Jackie is the name of a hair line. Aunt Jackie's. It's like for curly hair, wavy hair, like, texture that's not straight. That was me. I was like a baby duck at the oil spill. I don't know if they ever used, I don't think I had the pink. I don't think I was using the pink. I've seen it. And there's the olive oil one too, right? There's like a green bottle with the bluish greenish with the green top. It says oil, olive oil. It's kind of like pink lotion, but it's different. Oh my God, I'm a Jaguar. Go Jags. Yes, go Jags. Go Jags. Y'all, if y'all want to know the very best marching band in the history of mankind, just fight with your mama, don't fight with me. It is the Human Jukebox, which is the Southern University marching band. The best one in the world. Best one in the world. One day I'm going to collab with them. One day. That's how I'm going to know I made it. Yeah, no, listen. It was, listen. It got the Blue Magic finally out, but it was like days of washing. It was washing and washing. I was using that VO5, that supposed clarifying shampoo from VO5. No, false. Did not do nothing. I had to wash my hair with dish soap. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Yeah, we're talking about hair. Thank you, Sophia. I'm pinning it. We were talking about hair products. We're talking about knots. It all started because of Teeny having ratty hair and me saying I shouldn't be that mean because my hair gets ratty. I have to detangle it. It's very serious. It gets very dry and tangly. Don't worry. Kinky is an offense. Thank you. Y'all saw I'm invited to the cookout, so nobody better not ever say I'm not. Sophia invited me. Thank you. The These products brought back so many memories. Sometimes you just need a little knot on my watch, a little kinky curly knot today. 38, my hair is changing. Yep, it does. More, well, I don't, what is ethnic? You know, I'm always scared to say the wrong thing. I don't want to say something offensive. Am I allowed to say ethnic products? I think that's racist or something if I say it. More ethnic products help all natural hair. I think, yeah, y'all. I mean, there's like a section in the store and it's for like natural. It's for like, you know, if your hair ain't straight as a board or whatever. And I'll be over there. I'm in the wavy. I'm getting the detanglers. Okay. Thanks so much, Amber, for the $2 super chat. Let's send BJ some tips. Yeah. Thank you for that. Reese, they were putting cornrows in your hair too, y'all. I was happy about it. It hurt. It really hurt. It really was painful. The males do when they got braids. I know y'all saw the guys that had the braids at school. They knew. BJ is my niece for real. The blue magic and the pressing comb days had me looking like a grease monkey, but I feel you at the edges. See? Doesn't it feel like it's kind of pulling? It's kind of defeating the purpose, like on this part. Y'all, I had got bald headed. I had started using Vegamore, not sponsored. It worked. Shea Moisture. See, those are a little heavy. Those are a little heavy. I did have that Jamaican black castor oil conditioner that one time. It was too heavy. I was giving it like not quite drown rat, but like trying stuff, struggling rat. Yeah, Grambling also. Grambling, other best in the world. Not the best in the world, but you know, second. Thank you, Cherie. Thank you. I'm coming straight to you when I get there. I'm looking for you at the cookout. Mane and tail, I never could bring myself to use because like it's like I grew up around like farm animals and I just felt like I'm not using the farm animal, but I almost did. Oh, my mom was using Dippity Doo on my ponytails and with the pink foam rollers. Okay, I do remember the foam rollers. Thank you, Tony. Thank you so much, Tony. Tony said I could come too, so nobody better not tell me nothing. What do you know about Not Today? That's how I detangle my hair. And I need to get some new one. The little top done came off. It's just the hole now at the top, but it's like this much at the bottom. Then I had to start using the knot on my watch, which isn't as good. The Not Today is better, in my opinion. When I have a baby girl, this is all going to come in handy, they said. Thank you, K ladies. I'm coming. I'm coming to the cookout and I'm coming also to the gumbo party. Ethic. I can say it. Okay. Thank you, Aubrey. Thank you. I don't know. I'm trying to always be, you know, respectful. Okay. HBCU bands are the best, but my cousins went to TSU and in the band. And they may disagree. I went to LSU. I might get kicked out of my own alma mater if I say it. You know what I mean? But the facts is facts. Shout out to TSU. Thick native hair, she said. I've used Dawn on my hair before. It was squeaky clean, but I definitely needed a moisturizing conditioner after. See, it was little rat tail comb. She was getting down in the little things. I mean, I only had like 10 braids. Everybody else had, you know, little bitty tiny ones. I didn't even have enough hair for all that. When I worked in the hair salons, that's the word we used. Interesting. Oh, Michelle said the OJ jurors with DNA evidence. So what they're doing now feels familiar. Okay. Interesting. Thank you for that $5 super chat. All right, so let's look at this little web real quick. I need to put the little hair product right here to just remind us. Again, not sponsored. Like I said, this just notes. Oh, get back over here. Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. But just to remind y'all who some of these folks are. We had Jane Doe, remember? Paul Arthur. Then we had Diddy. So that's the trifecta right there. This one's supposed to be Shaq. They just talked about a picture of Shaq. What's he? Freak off worker, personal trainer. Texted Jane. Texted Jane persuading her. This is Shaq in the trifecta. We have Jane. And of course, we have Cassie. I don't know what I was starting to write something right here. This is Brendan Paul when he, you know, his mugshot or whatever. And this is his court pick. I didn't know which one I wanted to use. Diddy assistant. He pled the fifth. Then Mia as well. Fix her little line right here. Mia. And this is Damian Butler, aka D-Rock. He wanted to send his sister a gift. Remember him? He was kind of maybe perhaps trying to do some witness tampering of sorts. This with the blue square, I think the government is trying to show is kind of like the enterprise of sorts. You have Christina Karam, KK. You have Fahim Muhammad, head of security. I put this a question mark as the years. I know it was for a while. I don't know exactly when he came in, when he left. So that's why there's a question mark there. And then, of course, we have the business manager, TriStar. Lou Taylor is the owner, but then Robin Greenhill was the quote account manager, and the accountant that's how she's been. This is Robin right here, and that's Lou. So Louise Mary Sawyer Taylor, girl, that's obscene. You need to cover that up. Cover that up. Cover that up. I rebuke. Anyway, that's Robin, the account manager. Everybody's scared to say her name. CNN won't just say her damn name, account manager. See? Oh, I'm glad you said that, Emerald. Because I just felt like it just was. And Emerald said that a bonnet did rub her edges off. I'm in recovery. See? Got to get the castor oil on the edges. I have tried myself. I have a rosemary oil from them. And I also had used the Jamaican red pimento, what's called it's a righteous roots oil. I've used that before too. Oh my God, Julie, that sounds terrible. Oh, that sounds terrible. Somebody tried to get the dreads out with the olive oil. And once it's soaked through like that, you done. If she had any kind of texture like mine, you done. Okay. Foam rollers are amazing. I'm about to do a Dippity Doo foam roller set, y'all. Wouldn't that be funny? Okay. Let me see if they back. They're supposed to be back now. I was talking about hair stuff to pass the time, y'all. I'm bored. They back. None of that's sponsored. None of these people, none of these companies know I exist. They probably would be like, shut up. Stop talking about our stuff, girl. Ooh. Wait, someone said, wait, I missed that. Somebody was saying like, I'm behind, but the Greeks, I do like this brand too. This Uncle Funky Daughter thing. They have a Curly Magic. It's a gel made with like flax seeds. It's pretty good. It's just kind of like nasty feeling, like natural. Natural products can sometimes feel a little nasty. Okay, they're back. We're back. Oh no, they're back. Diddy, brown sweater, is poring over documents with his lawyer, Nicole Westmoreland. Then he stood up to talk to Agnifilo. All right. I didn't even do this today. Maybe that's why I was so bored. It is dusty. All rise. Court is back in session after a break. We're still pre-lunch break. Diddy's talking to his lawyer, Nicole Westmoreland. Then he stands up. Then he talks to Agnifilo. All rise. Okay. Back to Exhibit 1406. Diddy writes to Paul, and he says, security knows to let you in the back. Right? And then, yeah, right. Okay. So here, CNN has an update. Curciello is back on the stand, and cross-examination is resuming. The judge is back on the bench. The special agent is back on the stand, and the defense attorney is resuming cross-examination. Okay. This is 7 minutes ago, WashingtonPost.com. Diddy's life revolved around meticulously planned S encounters, evidence shows. Endless sexting, flight bookings, hotel arrangements, candles, baby oil, substances, meals. The text messages shown ad nauseum in this trial reveal just how extraordinary and involved Diddy's S life was and how central it was to his existence. Diddy and his staff prepared extensively for the freak-offs, which sometimes took the hip-hop mogul away from his regular life for days at a time. He also managed complex relationships with a number of women, trying to keep them emotionally connected to him and keeping and trying to keep them willing to serve his sexual demands, essentially on command. He traveled constantly and focused on keeping his obsessive sexual habits anywhere he went. So he's traveling everywhere, but everywhere he goes, he wants to be still doing his nasty stuff. His staff and girlfriends made sure there were male escorts at the ready for freak offs in whatever city he happened to be in. All of it points to a person completely preoccupied with sexual escapades and the women who would serve those needs. And I really think it was an addiction. I mean, I'm not an expert like that. I didn't study it, but I think the man had a problem. I think he had an addiction problem with his freak offs. And I say it all the time, you can be addicted to anything. You can be addicted to anything. Okay. And then Diddy says, just say P, not Paul. Jane writes, just to tell you I love you, listening to your music, making love with you, partay, rose, whatever we were saying. Okay, now let's move back to Exhibit 1406, August 12th, 2023. Diddy writes, movie night was off the chain. Okay, movie night was off the chain. And remember, what is movie night? Movie night is where they're watching their own corn tapes that they had made together and reminiscing in the nostalgia. Reminiscing in the nostalgia. Shout out to Brittany, Shameless, member for 1 month. Been following you since your start in the Free Britney movement. I love how far you've come and always will follow you. Shout out to you. That has been a while. Thanks so much to Diamond Rainbow. Try As I Am coconut rinse. Oh, I did. It gave drown rat. It gave drown rat. I tried it. It was one of the first things I tried about 2017, and it was drown rat. I threw it away. I rebuke. But everybody raves about it. Maybe I got a bad batch. Maybe I ordered counterfeit off Amazon or something. Maybe I should try it again because everyone does rave about it. Thanks so much for the $5 super chat to Diamond Rainbow. And Diamond Rainbow is really keeping it up in the chat. Basically, this whole trial, she's been here, I think, every single day, which I repeat, you don't have to do. You can take a break, Diamond Rainbow. But if y'all want to support her work and the efforts she has been putting in, her link to give her a little tip is down below. And she said she's going to be using any tips she receives to feed the stray cats she takes care of near her home. So thank you so much for that $5. And y'all can support her below. The other mods are down there too. Monica, Oklahoma Outlaw. Christy was in here earlier. She still hasn't sent me her link. Send it to me so I can link it for everybody. Alba, thank you so much. Alba T. Ross for the $2 super chat. Try Purple brand pillowcases sheets. They're quality. Oh, I will. I've been looking for a new pillow case anyway. Thank you. Girl, I'm so white I can watch my blood circulate. I mean, thank you for the $2 super chat. I used to try and tan and stuff. Now I'm not. Yeah, it is April. As I Am coconut rinse could be too heavy on your hair. It is. It was drown rat. It's like, honestly, it's like whatever I used the last time I did my hair was too heavy too. That's why it looks like this right now. I might have used it wrong, but stuff gets stuck in my hair. It's very porous. I kind of have to like wash, like cleanse, like full on, like strip the lots of stuff off. Thankfully, it doesn't really get that oily anymore. It used to. Okay, we got a new tweet. Teeny says, she says, so we try something new tonight. Diddy says, call Italian. Jane says, one hotel roof. Good for drinks and light bites. Smiley face, kiss face, right? And he says, baby, I'm stressed out. And she says, I'm back to mommy mode. Like, leave me alone. I got to go raise my child real quick. That would be so hard, I feel like, to like code switch, like back and forth between B and Diddy's, like, I don't know. What's a concubine? I keep like almost saying that, but I'm like, what even is that? Does that have a definition? Let me look. Denise, no. You must have missed the whole thing where I said I had to put Dawn in it one time. I was washing it. It needed to be washed. Sometimes shampoo ain't gonna cut it. Um, hold on. Let me see. What's a concubine? Is that an appropriate thing to call? No, no. A woman who lives with a man as an sexual partner, but she's not legally married. They hold a lower status than a wife. Sometimes even closer to servant or slave. No, I don't think that's maybe that part, but I think concubine requires you live with them, and I don't think these folks were all living together. This Cardello Smith guy, he keeps filing more and more things. I keep checking the docket because it's like I'm waiting for exhibits to come up. They were supposed to be up here on yesterday and they didn't put them up. So where's that lawyer? Where's that lawyer for the media? We need him back. A biblical side chick. No, it only counts if he's married. Y'all, I don't know. Is it wrong though? I don't think so because they don't live with them. A concubine is for somebody that lives with you. Oh, you cleanse your face, you shampoo your hair. Shampoo is a verb now. I got to go to hairdresser school. If nothing else, just to learn the color theory. Okay, so let's see if they're saying anything else. Yes. Okay, September 19th, 2023. That correspondence to many chats we looked at yesterday, pull up 1407, not one by one. Go to page 48. I just want to highlight a few that I didn't think were in the chart. I'm glad she's saying your chart, not the chart and not your chart. Okay, so Tina Garagos just wants to keep reading more and more texts that weren't in the chart. Which to some extent, I don't mind her reading some things that aren't in the chart. But like, it's like, you going to go all day doing this crap? Whoever, biblical side. Oh, you don't pluck your eyebrows either. You tweeze them. Oh, girl. I've been saying it all wrong. K18 and bounce curl brush. Oh, I got that bounce curl brush. I think it separates too much. I need one with like 3 little grooves. Thank you for the $2 super chat, Miss Molly. A lot of people have recommended the K18. I might check that out. Thanks so much for that $2 super chat. I haven't, could have missed it, but yeah, I do need a clarifying shampoo. I might try Sacred. I was kind of trying not to do that because, it's Beyonce and maybe Jay-Z's going to get money. But if it works, I might get it. The clarifying shampoo. What else did Angel say? You tweeze your eyebrows. You don't pluck them. And you dye Easter eggs. You color your hair. Oh, girl. I've been saying it all wrong. Teeny is dragging this out. I know. So what is it? Just K18 anything, or is it a spray, or is it all different stuff? Les Mitt said, and some of the stuff she's saying ain't in the chart. It's not helping him. I agree. It's reminding us that he's just like chit-chatting with Paul, trying to bring Paul in on it. You got to come help me with this girl and all that. It's like, wow, you could have went the whole day without putting that in. People are like, I checked out. This chick is about to drag this till the end of the day. Watch. They don't want a verdict before the weekend, in my opinion. I think that might be what's going on. Yeah, look, seriously, that's us. We are talking about detanglers in here. That's how bored we are. We got the men talking about detanglers and clarifying shampoos. All right. That's the level. We are bored. I'm just updating we got a new one. NBC. Court back in session. Special agent still on the stand. Oh, man. Okay. Court back in session. Cross-examination of Homeland Security Investigation Special Agent Joseph Cerchiello has started once again. He's a summary witness. He was not involved in the investigation into Diddy, but he has reviewed data related to the case. During his time on the witness stand, the court has heard about years of correspondence between Diddy and his former girlfriend, Jane, who he dated on and off between early 2021 and his arrest, September 2024. Jane, who testified earlier in the trial under a pseudonym to protect her identity, alleges she was coerced into sessions with male escorts and has accused Diddy of abuse. During cross-examination, the defense is hoping to show she was a willing participant. Less than a minute ago, Diddy and Jane discussed an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. Oh, a courtesan. A courtesan is probably closer to what I was thinking about. Okay. In text messages from August 2023, Diddy discussed having an entertainer sign an NDA. Diddy asked Jane what she thought of the new guy, and Jane said, "He seems cool, babe. Hopefully he doesn't know anybody we know, LOL." Because remember, just the next year, it would all hit the fan. Remember this? So this is August, and it was like June 2024 where Diddy ends up like finding out about this other freak off that Jane was at for another rapper, somebody else different, and Anton was there. So she already knew like this is a lifestyle. He seems cool, babe. Hopefully he doesn't know anybody we know, LOL. She also said she would make sure that this new man signed the paperwork. In court by Teeny Garagos, it's unclear whether Jane actually followed through on the NDA or if they hired the entertainer for a hotel night at all. So it's unclear, but there's messages and she's kind of saying she's going to get the guy to sign. Oh Lord, they're calling for Donald Trump's impeachment now. Girl, it's going on out here. And it's hard to keep up because I'm on live all day. Oh my gosh, the cat is high-fiving my face. That's funny. Lauren said, OMG, the hair care legal mixtape is giving me life. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I know the 2008 Ion flat iron is still going strong. I used to have one of them, I think, from Sally's. Girl, ain't it? It's taking forever. Gregory said, no, I'm just passively listening. My wife of 43 years has already taught me to stay out of women's conversation. Ooh, Bogart said, what makeup do I use? I did a whole, what's it called? Get ready. I did 2 get ready with me's for some of the different things I use. Yeah, mine's just like, I think my hair texture is like wavy ratty, something like that. Naturally. Yeah, rosemary water is good. Thanks so much, April. Kristen S. Deep Clean Clarifying Shampoo is the truth. That's at Target too, huh? I'm gonna try it. Thank you for that $5 super chat and the tip. I'm gonna try it. Thanks so much for the $5 super chat, SB. I still find it hard to believe Garagos don't have conflict of interest in this case. Well, Mark might, but it's the daughter. It's the daughter, Teeny. It's the offspring. I know. Well, somebody's saying, can we just move on? Can we just move on from the can we just move on from the hair talk? But I mean, can we talk about something else? I mean, it's nothing's going on. What y'all want me to do? We back in the same conundrum from the first. Can we just move on? Oh, we got another tweet. Okay. Then Diddy writes, I can't even look. It will drive me crazy. Jane says, muy caliente, with a sweating face. That means really hot for the fellow gringos in the chat like me. That stuff was different. All of it. This was September 24, 2023. Yeah, the message says we had a great doll. DAW. What a great doll. What happened to the hour 15 minutes? Somebody said this should have been done an hour ago. She's an hour overdue at this point. Craig said, what happened to having an hour 15-minute defense? I see what you're doing. You don't want the guilty verdict this week. Just stalling. This is nonsense. I totally agree. She's just stalling. And I'm glad the judge was like, can we have a sidebar? Like, it's lunchtime at this point. But y'all, I think it's all going to hit the fan after lunch. That's been my prediction pretty much the whole day. When they come back from lunch, I think it's all going to happen. However, not if Ratty Garagos doesn't hurry it along. Ratty Garagos. Teeny must be born under a bad sign, somebody said. It's only Tuesday. Let's talk about the Rockefeller Rico. Yeah, I do have that. I do have that that lawsuit, but I mean, I kind of made like a whole couple videos on it. Did y'all see my interview with Demore? I'm going to look up her case too and see if that judge, I'm interested to see if that judge is going to do that gag order. They applied for it. You know that Jay-Z and them are just sitting over there seething because they applied for this gag order against Demore like on June 4th or something. And it's like the 24th. It's been 20 days. And they just keep filing these supplements and these re-ups and these all this stuff. And it's like the judge has not made a decision. Corporate disclosure statement. So they filed a motion to dismiss, admitted complaint. Hold on. Okay, look. We're here. Wait, where was it? The 4th. Defendants expedited motion. See this right here, document 50. This was June 4th. They filed this expedited motion for special order regarding extrajudicial statements by Rock Nation. So Rock Nation filed this motion, and then they just kept on filing stuff like, basically a gag order. They wanted a gag order, and then 2 days later they filed a supplement to it. And then look at all the stuff that's already been filed in here. They're arguing back and forth about that motion. Notice of supplemental authority. This is that what's his name or what's her name? Milagro something. This is the look, Your Honor, they shut somebody else up, so they should shut this girl up. Response, no, not that. So then other people start joining it. Now CTS research don't want to be talked about either. Iconic creative don't want to be talked about either. Motion to dismiss for lack of jurisdiction. Motion to dismiss and a strike claim. So there's a lot of parties here. Look. Demore Hadley is, let me get to just the names. Demore Hadley is the plaintiff, but look at everybody she's suing. Desiree, Rock Nation, Iconic Creative, her former bosses, Daniel Bober, that doctor, Natalie Anderson, who's she? I think she works for one of those PR investigation type companies. Sig9, the company, James Fondo, Stephen Cady, Jessica Cady, South Broward Hospital District, Odyssey Behavioral Healthcare, Life Skills South Florida, Broward County Sheriff, John Doe 1, John Doe 2, Rachel Bernstein, aka Thomas, CTS Research, Jordan Dennis, and Joseph Reyes. So a lot of these people have now joined in to say, like, oh, we want a gag order too. We don't want to be able to talk about us either. But the judge has not decided. And that first one was filed like 20 days ago. And they're just sitting there just chomping at the bit, like wanting this judge to hurry up. Okay, we have another new tweet. Jane then writes, Daddy wanna see mommy be bad tonight. Slide that blank, blank, blank at the restaurant. Emojis. Then she writes, I'm going to blow your mind tonight. Can't wait to blank. Ew. Can't wait to blank your blank. Ugh. And he's crusty. Jane sends more emojis. She then writes, it's sexy here in the hotel. We need to run to the freak store. Okay, let's skip ahead to 55. Jane writes, I didn't have time to do my nails. And he says, I effing love it. The balance of life with Diddy 4 minutes ago, NBCnews.com. At times, the life of Jane was a delicate balance between her passion for Diddy and her responsibilities as a single mother. In a series of text messages from August 2023, she graphically discussed sexual relations in the same breath as her back-to-school shopping list for her son. She called that her mommy mode. So they were just switching alters as far as the mind could conceive at rapid pace. Diddy said he did it at Nobu. Barf. Ew. Cora said, yeah, I was wondering what happens to the kids when she's doing all this at her house all the time. Doris said, I don't see how this child remains emotionally unaffected. Same. Hill Will is like, oh, I agree. That's the same thing I feel like. It's or also this. Yeah, don't forget the UTIs that wouldn't go away and the antibiotics wouldn't even work anymore. This is nasty. That's nasty. Ugh. But y'all know, I can't shame over here. Listen, once it becomes my business and it's all in the public, it's our business now and we can say something about it's nasty. Okay. Less than a minute ago, Diddy and Jane discussed NDA. Oh, wait, we already read this. So why does it say less than a minute ago? I don't know. I already read that. She's an hour and 15 minutes running behind. Ratty Garagos has already been she's doubled. She's already doubled what she claimed that it was gonna take. She said it was gonna take an hour and 15 minutes, maybe more, and now it's been about 3 hours because she started at 10, right? So she started at 10, so it's been an hour. It's been 2.5 hours. She was only supposed to go for 1 hour 15, so she's doubled. Let's just quickly here comes the manipulation tactic words. Okay, don't say just, bitch, because you about to keep us here until probably after lunch at this point. So it ain't just. So keep that shit to yourself with the just. Okay, don't be putting us under any false pretenses. You've already done enough. Let's just quickly. Just quickly. This is just Jane and Diddy. Yes. Line 913, September 30th. Jane writes, I love you, baby. Have a great show. This, I won't repeat here. There are no location entries until February 8th last year. So they broke up. That's when they broke up. And they got back together in February. I'm just updating. Everybody's done fell asleep, y'all. They sleeping. CNN's awake. NBC might have woke up from their nap. Independent, they sleeping. Independent is sleeping. Okay. Sky News 3 minutes ago did give us a little update. Messages from Jane discussed NDA and shopping for her child, court hears. The court hears about messages sent in August 2023 in which Diddy and Jane discussed a non-disclosure agreement for a male entertainer. Non-disclosure agreement means he would have to adhere to not discussing anything stipulated in the document. In further messages discussing their life, Jane also talked about her responsibilities as a single mother. Shopping for her child was mommy mode, the court hears, she told Diddy. She's like, I have to do shopping for my child. The post is unavailable? Did they delete his thread? Hold on, I'm trying to locate the thread because remember it said post unavailable. Peggy said some of the jurors fell asleep yesterday. Okay, so we're back. But nothing has been updated. Let's just quickly, even though we've gone an hour and 15 minutes longer than I said that we were going to be today, even though we've gone double my earlier prediction, let's just quickly, rattly look. I love you. Have a great time. No location entries till February 2024. We have a new update from Washington Post. What we learned investigating dozens of lawsuits against Diddy. CNN update. Less than a minute ago, Diddy and Jane discussed flying in an entertainer, Sly. Tina Garagos reviewed text messages between Jane and Diddy from late September 2023. In the conversation, they discussed flight options for the entertainer Sly, aka Cabral, and they also sexted. I love being kinky for you. I love driving you wild. In later messages, Jane told Diddy that she needed to get outfits from the freak store and that she was pale and hadn't had her nails done. I effing love it, Diddy responded. The next day, Jane texted Sly, tonight was amazing as per usual. None of this is new. None of this is news. I don't know why we needed 2 freaking days of being read these text messages. Or even one, truly. Or even one day. Ah. Woo! Worst offense in the history of trials. Gulf Coast Girl said, if I were him, I wouldn't be happy with them. Bella said, it's giving stalling. The food at Justin's restaurant in Atlanta was trash, but it was the place to be in the late 90s, early 2000s. Okay. Brittany said, I am so tired of hearing Jane's texts. We get it, teeny. Seriously. None of it helps Diddy. Exactly. Exactly. Jenna, there was some type of glitch that was saying the post is unavailable, but it's whenever I like refreshed and went back to the page, it was up. So it was just maybe like a glitch. Corey said, yeah, they're definitely stalling. They're trying to embed the jury's head that it was consensual. Yeah. Okay. No witnesses though. Shouldn't this be considered cumulative at this point? I think so, Christina. D Small said it was trash in New York City too. Worst food ever. Yeah, the last 2 days have been really boring. They have no one to come speak on his behalf, so they are trying to push a narrative that they loved freak-offs and Diddy didn't force them. Yeah, I know. Is he going to throw a tantrum if he gets charged? Probably not. They probably got him on a beta blockers or something at least. Cheryl said they've been stalling since day one, if you ask her. Okay, Iason, that's how you say your name? Justin's in New York was good, she said. Bobby Brown's nephews were poke at Justin's. Oh, I didn't know that. Stephanie said, I think the prosecutors did a bad job. Everybody did bad. Everybody did a bad job. Maybe. I think that why we didn't hear nothing about them tapes that they got from inside his house. That's what I want to know. I mean, saying Uncle Scar. Oh my God. We're back to 10 minutes between tweets again, y'all. It's like for a while I was like kind of able to deal with it because it was sort of like, okay, she's going to be done by, 11:15, whatever. It is 12:40. Why even lie? She said they want a verdict after Bezos' wedding. Why after the wedding, T-Bone said. Brainwashing 101. Keep repeating a lie enough and people will start believing it. That's a reason they're doing this for sure. Yeah. I mean, that's what happened in that lawsuit with me is that, well, they tried to just say over and over that I stalked and harassed her, but they never bothered proving that in court because they had no proof of that because it just wasn't fucking true. But they just kept saying it like, my stalker, my stalker, my stalker. Bitch, It's going to be soon. You're going to say my stalker and you're going to get sued for defamation because nobody was ever able to prove that. But she thinks if she just keeps repeating it, Lima Moratakali Yevremovich, they think if they just keep repeating this false statement about me of fact that they know is not true, they were not able to prove in any jurisdiction. They tried it. Many jurisdictions weren't able to prove. It's like this, these freaks, these weirdo freaks that keep repeating false things. Anyway, okay. Now KK asks the assistant, Jonathan Perez, how does he look? I guess referring to Diddy, like how does Diddy look? You could put him in front of someone, but he just took a full bar, so I think he's going to be asleep soon. And now Teeny goes, now can we turn off the public screen? Can we turn the public screen off, Your Honor? Inner City Press said, stupid ass. He didn't say that. He's very respectful and respectable. He said the public screen's been off this whole time. You talking about turning off public screens has been off the whole freaking time. Okay. So can we turn off the public screen, Your Honor? It ain't been on. Why do you think we've been so damn bored all day? But he just took a full bar. I guess that means a benzo. But diazepine. Thespian Nikki said maybe Teeny Garagos is taking so long to try and lay out the whack foundation that the prosecution has not proven anything. But this text tactic is not it. It's just not. Oh my God. Auntie Jen said, we got more of this to look forward to because the defense whole case is just reading in this trash. Nuria said, I'm going to call Teeny every time I have insomnia so she can read these messages to me and I can fall asleep in 2 minutes. So she's not letting them take a break. This is crazy. Yeah, something like this. Yeah, that's what I think it is. I mean, I don't really know. Somebody said they work in a Morning Star said they work in pharmacy. That's what that means. That Z bar has permeated through the tweet and hit me in the frontal lobe, girl. Jenna SRM says, won't the IRS go after TriStar? I hope so. I hope somebody's investigating. Now she's stretching into the lunchtime. Yeah. I mean, I think they're supposed to go to lunch around 12:30 every day. It's starting to feel like stalling again. Yeah, closing arguments. I think the most flashy, the flashiest and the most, I don't know, exciting or whatever, like eventful, whatever day that we're going to get coming up in the trial left is going to be Thursday. That's going to be the closing arguments, and they're going to be 4 hours each. And Teeny better actually do it in 4 hours, because if not, we got to come back on Friday for more closing arguments. But the judge said he does not want to split it up. He's like, we're going to stay late on Thursday. We're not splitting up closing arguments. No, we're not. Kate said, can she just be done already? Mama Hen Catholic teaching. Lima don't own a house, girl. Oh, let me get the GoFundMe. The GoFundMe is linked below, but I can pull it up too. Is this the one? Because we hit the goal on one. Yeah, okay. So this is the legal fund right here. The Facts Ain't Defamation Fund. Here, let me share it in the chat. But it is linked below. Or it should be. I think it's linked below. Okay. It's right there. It's called the Facts Ain't defamation fund. Oh, look, y'all were donating. Shout out to Regina Thatcher. $50 2 hours ago. Mary, $50 yesterday. 4 days ago, Susan gave 50. Shout out to y'all. Shout out to y'all. And if you donate to the legal fund, just so you know, GoFundMe takes like, whatever, like a 1% or something. But then that legal fund is actually hooked up to a totally separate bank account, different bank account that is just for legal fund. Yeah. Okay, everybody. Wouldn't it be hilarious for the judge to watch BJ commentary after the trial and cheer her on and say, yes, that's exactly what I wanted to say. Can we just move on? Yes, please. No, try to keep this rug talk to a minimum, because some of these words will trigger the robots. They get mad. It's like a Groundhog Day over here. We're just refreshing and nothing's happening, but the time keeps ticking. Hopefully she actually has the good sense to finish this thing up before actual lunch. But it is 12:45. Hopefully the judge is like, are you done reading text messages that were already read in? Because this is the thing too, y'all. Like, a lot of this stuff was already read in, like already has been read and presented to the jury. Like, why are we continuing to read all morning? It started at 10 o'clock. It's 12:45. It's been 3 hours. And then she already did this earlier yesterday where it was like hours and hours. The judge can put a stop to it, but he's going to have to do notice and warnings and stuff first. Tyreek said she probably wants the judge to say hurry up so that she can try to do a mistrial again. Right. Like, if the judge is like, okay, you need to hurry up, and then she hurries up, she's going to later be like, oh, I felt rushed. They had 6 weeks and we couldn't even have one moment. A Loyalty said, do you think TMZ works for Diddy? Everything they post is always downplaying, minimizing, or hiding facts of this case. Every post seems to always be misleading to the public. I don't know if they work for Diddy or they're just corrupt or they're just stupid. Angelique said, yeah, I could see her pulling that. Hill Will said, yep. They're moving the appeals so Alexandra is in her area of expertise. Mercedes said, yes, they are. Yes, they are paid by Diddy. VP said, yes, they do. Ashley said, no, I don't think they work for Diddy, but I think they work for who he works for. Oh, okay. Harvey is a celebrity lawyer fanboy. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Some might call him a brown noser or a butt kisser. Okay, so we got another tweet. Here, you have flight records for Jane going from Los Angeles to Miami. This is 5 days before Diddy posts his apology video, right? Right. And now, a phone call from Antoine to Jane. It lasts 0 seconds. What does that mean? He said, well, it means he called her and she didn't answer. The clock starts whenever it starts ringing. Flight records, Jane going from LA to Miami 5 days before Diddy posts the Instagram video. So Diddy posted his apology video, but Jane, as we already knew, was with him in Miami, and she had been with him for 5 days. Phone call from Anton to Jane, 0 seconds. What does that mean? that he called her and she didn't answer. I hate when people don't know how long something's going to take. I mean, a few little minutes here and there, you got to give people a little room for error. 20 minutes, 30 even. But we're like, she started at 10, it's 12:48. She was supposed to be an hour 15. She's been 2 hours. She's been 2 hours 48. She was supposed to be 1 hour 15. Like, that seems just grossly irresponsible. Did she even go to law school? Has she even done a mock trial? That's what I want to know. Do they need to get somebody who knows what the hell they're doing? Seems like possibly. Rochelle said, the defense equals some texts. TMZ is friends with Mark Garagos. Harvey is a disgrace to his people. I feel so bad for this special agent. Like, he's not even really a part of this. Yes, BJ, Harvey is a brown noser. UV index of 10 today in Florida. Come on down. No, I'm staying right here. I'm staying in my house. Smash the like button. Waiting for Teeny to ask, what does this button do? And what's your favorite color? Me too. They need to add TMZ to the Rico, Tyreek said. Faking it till she makes it. Watch her make it 3 hours. Pure disrespect for the court. Where's her child for 5 days, girl? I don't know. Probably with the babysitter. She said she had childcare on hand. Dear God, it was a dark time for Diddy. He had to go to therapy, LOL. I'm an ultrasound tech, Brittany said. In orientation, they tell us to overestimate how long we tell the patient the test will take. Exactly. Sophia said, I quit mock trial because they wanted to meet at 6 a.m. for what? Because they slow. Look how slow they end up being. Latina said she's doing it on purpose to make these jurors tired. I could see that. I could see that. Rukia, Cape Town, thank you for the $99.99. Did you know the Cowboys 4 Angels were on a TV show called Gigolos in 2011 and 2014? Yes, they mentioned it in the trial, and they ended up seeing, I think Cassie or somebody saw one of their like escorts or whatever on the trial, on the show, and was like, you think he's gonna get exposed? Are we gonna get exposed? That came up, right? Thank you for that super chat. Melissa said Diddy's team's aggravating as hell. Like, move on. Dude is guilty, y'all, Angelique said. The case has been proven. Something happened with TMZ and update on Tubi. They're not doing it. They're not doing what? I need more info. I need more info on that. Martin said, what if Harvey's on them tapes? One of the escorts from the Cowboy for Angels is in jail for murking somebody. Girl. This emoji came at the perfect time, this trial and for the world. I'm hangry too, Amanda said. It's listen. Oh, Jules was the main star for that show, Tyreek? Oh, I gotta watch Gigolos. Levin has acknowledged that TMZ pays sources, but in the form of a tip fee. Levin stated that TMZ pays for photos and tips or leads on stories. Interesting. I've also seen Sean Chapman-Hawley say something of the sort. We have an update from CNN. 1 minute ago, jury saw texts about Diddy's Wild King night at Jane's house. Last week, the jury saw texts from February 2024 between KK, Diddy, and Brendan Paul. In the text, KK asked if Diddy was Wild King mode active or Gucci bag active. And Brendan Paul responded, between the two? He previously testified that the messages referred to a Wild King night at Jane's home that he helped set up. Homeland Security Investigations Special Agent Joseph Curciello confirmed that February 19th, 2024 was not listed as an event on the summary chart. He did not review any messages between Diddy, Jane, or a third party around that date. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos reviewed additional messages between KK and Brendan Paul from around that time discussing Diddy. And in the messages, KK asked if they were just chilling at Jane's home, and Brendan Paul confirmed they were. So breaking news, everybody, if there was ever a moment, if there was ever one single moment in time ever that Jane wasn't being forced against her will to do some S act and she was just chilling with Diddy, then that must mean he's innocent. Case closed. They were chilling one time. One time they chilled. One time they chilled, everybody. Case closed. Innocent. Innocent. We don't have the public screens on. So play this video. They heard the audio, but the video wasn't shown to the gallery. And hold on, I lost my spot. Oh, good. We don't have the public screens on, so play this video. We hear the audio. Beautiful day like this, a bass playing. That was June 2024, right? The agent said, right. Let's play more video. Oh, the 3 jurors' devices are not working. So now she's going to be like, oh, since we can't play 6 more freak offs to the jury, I guess I'll have to finish after lunch. Flight records show Jane flew to Miami before Diddy's May 2024 apology video. This is less than a minute ago, CNN.com. Flight records show Jane flew to Miami from LA in the days before Diddy posted his apology video, May 2024. Responding to the release of surveillance footage showing the intercontinental assault of Cassie, it was his apology video responding to his assault. It's a surveillance video had resurfaced. Teeny Garagos confirmed with Homeland Security Investigations Special Agent Joseph Curciello that the records listed in the summary chart do not indicate any evidence of a third party meeting with Diddy and Jane during that time in Miami. So while the while the freak off tape, the CNN footage was being released upon the world, Diddy didn't have a freak off. Maybe for those 5 days, he just decided not to have a freak off because like his whole entire life was crumbling down around him and his narcissistic little shell was being completely shattered. And maybe that had something to do with the fact that he wasn't having freak offs at that moment. Oh, no. It just means that he was innocent and he's never done anything ever because at that time, he didn't have a freak off that one time. I hope this judge sees this BS. The cross-examination, this is 5 minutes ago, Washington Post. The cross-examination of the special agent has gone on much longer than Teeny Garagos estimated on Monday. She said it would last an hour and 15 minutes, and she started before 10 o'clock, so that was 3 hours ago. This is not typical. She's essentially using the prosecution's final witness to bring up text message exchanges that the defense believes illustrates one of their key points. The accusers in the case voluntarily, enthusiastically took part in freak-offs. It's been a lot of sexting and flirting this morning. I think she's one of these freaks. I think her and her daddy are these freaks, like these freaky freaks. And that's why they're calling it a lifestyle. She probably does this weird freaky shit with her husband who knows that baby is even for him. Girl, I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm not making any allegations. I wasn't there, okay? So before y'all try to get me for defamation, I wasn't freaking there, okay? But just the way that she's just seemingly so comfortable with eliciting and having this man on the stand go back and forth with her about, I can't wait to lick your blank. I can't wait to slide your blank into my ever so slowly blank, 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 blank. And she's been doing this now for about 6 straight fucking hours. It lets me know, or makes me believe and have the opinion, even though I don't know for sure because I wasn't there, and this is just an opinion and a belief, that she is a nasty, disgusting freak like Diddy, and she probably hires these people with her husband. She's probably doing nasty stuff. I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm not making any allegations. Nobody ever made this allegation in front of me. But I'm just trying to figure out what possibly other than like being possessed by demons would make this woman or somebody forcing, maybe they got a tape on her. Just, I mean, somebody tell me how a grown woman, and I'm hearing she's pregnant, a pregnant woman could even possibly withstand without needing to go and throw up halfway through sexed conversations out loud with a grown man special agent who's not your husband in front of a courtroom over and over again. Can we watch this freak off tape? Can we look at this freak off? Can we look at her busting it wide open, not censored again right here? Oh, wait, rewind. Play it for 2 minutes, 22 seconds. Can you, and then she said she wanted the daddy and the mommy and something is wrong with her. It's disgusting. It's listen, I'm a shamer. I shame. Okay. Something's wrong with her. I think she needs a brain scan. Someone call Dr. Amin. Someone get Lima Yevrimovich on the scene. 2 minutes ago, NBCnews.com. Jane and Diddy spoke about getting an NDA for a male escort. Jane spoke about getting an NDA in August 2023 for a male escort. Jane texted Diddy asking if one of his guys could print a non-disclosure agreement. He doesn't know anyone. We know. So I'll have him sign the paper, Jane said. None of this would aggravate me half, a fourth as much as if she just said, I got a lot more to go, Your Honor. We got hours more. This is the final witness. We're not calling any, and I might be here all day. It might be all day. If she had said that instead of it's going to be 1:15 when really it was going to be 4 hours, she's doing it on purpose. I think she's stalling. That's my opinion. I don't know. I never met her, and if I did, I'd run away after I rebuked. I think something's very seriously wrong with her. I think she was raised in a disgusting, perverted household, if you ask me. I don't know. I never heard of these people before this trial. Bring back public shame. It's teeny. Trying to show she's into it in the video, maybe, but she could have shown that in the first 4 hours, don't you think? It's going on a little bit too long. She's pregnant, y'all. She ain't had to leave to throw up. She ain't had to leave to take a sip. She ain't had to pee. I didn't find out she was pregnant till today. But is it like really her and Diddy might, they are hugging every morning. They are hugging every morning. Is he hugging Mark Garrigo? Is he hugging a Mark Agnifilo every morning is what I want to know. He's hugging Teeny. Hill Will said she was living through them. Grody to the max. Grody to the max. I'm sick of it. Super interesting angle. Could she be getting off by this cross? I mean, I listen, I can't purport to get into the mind of these freaks because I couldn't do her job. Y'all, I worked in big law for a few months before Lou Taylor tried to make me stop talking about her. And I said, are y'all literally on crack? You're on crack right now? You're trying to make me stop talking about something that's true? Oh, I gotta go. I gotta go. Kellyanne said, yeah, they're doing this because they don't have a defense. We need bath and holy water. Aurora said, no, that's something's personal. She part snake for sure. Trying to normalize it. Holy water would be in order being near her. I'm going to need it all. I'm going to need malas, crucifixes, bells. Tony said, this is all too much. Diddy is directing all of this. Unfortunately, he's probably proud of his work. I would think the jury would be so annoyed by this. She's client baiting, letting others in the lifestyle know if they ever need her. Well, they know. They know she can stand up there pregnant, reading sexts with a special agent for the Department of Homeland Security for hours on a Tuesday morning, seemingly stone sober. Hopefully. Couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Not me taking notes during the hair education break. There was a lot of tips in there. I rebuke. Oh. Just stepped out, I'm afraid. We talking about Teeny and how it is that Teeny could be doing this for so long after she already said that it was only going to be an hour and 15 minutes. Now it's been 3 hours and 15 minutes. We have some more devices charged up. We'll hear the music, play the entire video. Now in this one, let's jump ahead to minute 7 and 8. Now minute 19. So she's just getting her last little kicks off, it seems. She's like, oh yeah, let's get some more freak off tapes in together, jury. Let's all watch them together. That's a good idea. That's the best use of our time right now. Watching more freak offs. Yeah, just now, NBCnews.com. Jurors shown freak off footage of Jane. The panel was shown video footage of Jane and an S worker, Paul, in a freak off session. July last year, July 31st through August 1st of last year. As the 90-second clip played, it appeared 3 jurors had defective headsets. We definitely need the jurors to be able to hear the whole freak off, obviously. You really do. Like, you actually do. The jurors do need to see the evidence, but like, y'all, please, it's gratuitous and it feels cumulative at this point. Isn't there a 70-year-old woman out on this jury? Like, I do think the jurors need to see the evidence, but like, really? An hour and a half late after you were supposed to be done? This isn't going to be done Friday. This is not going to be done by Friday. I'm just letting y'all know. That's my prediction. The panel was shown video footage of Jane and an S worker, Paul. So Jane and Paul, 2 of the trifecta, just last year, a month before Diddy was arrested. It was a 90-second clip. 3 jurors, their headphones did not work, but it was quickly diagnosed that they had just failed to turn the headphones on properly. The defense wants to show any act that suggests Jane had free will and could have left Diddy at any moment. Well, we're going to be here till next month if she wants to show every act of that. But Jane already testified to this and said she did. She said she did enjoy even some of them. She was going to have to do them. She'd rather do them with what's his name? Paul. Pregnant, y'all. She's in here pregnant. Oh yeah, let's do video 7. Okay, let's go to video 8. Okay, now 19. Let's show every single climax. And look, here's Jane busting it wide open, everybody. Ha ha. Look, everybody. Everybody look. It's like, girl, aren't you ready to go eat your frozen dinner or something for lunch? Like, aren't you ready to go get your Lunchable? It is 1:06. Almost done. Yeah, freaking right. That means 2 more hours. Please stop it here. Do you see the message from Jane? I have the best memories. I have just a few I have just a few. Here's that manipulation psycho language. Just a few more, Your Honor. Just a few more. This is literally torture. I think this level of cross-examination is like outlawed by the Geneva Convention as like a crime of war or something. Like, you cannot force people to continue to look at explicit and graphic stuff for hours on end with no break and no escape and no ability to leave. Like, just a few more, even one more is torture. Can we give these people a freaking lunch break? You sick fuck. You sicko. You sicko. Ugh. Almost done. Just got a few more freaky clips to show. Do you see the message from Jane? I have the best memories. I have just a few to ask about 1409. Just a few. You said that fucking 2 hours ago, stupid. Just a few. Just quickly. Nothing is just anything about any of this. That's what makes me mad. If she would have said yesterday, Your Honor, I have hours left. I have hours left to go, Your Honor. But she's disrespected everyone in the entire court by not accurately predicting how long these questions are going to take. And it's not like the guy is fighting back. She's in complete control over this cross examination, which means to me, she's completely incompetent or she's full of shit. Definitely full of demons, and I rebuke. Stop it here. Do you see the message from Jane? I have the best memories. Just a few about 1409. But before that, bring up 1408. Do you see an account transfer of $22,000? Yes. The jury is now watching another freak off. Reporters and the public in the court cannot see or hear it due to privacy rules the judge laid down for these sensitive pieces of evidence. But that's not going to stop Teeny from ramming it down the jury's throat. She's really not done a good job in this trial. I mean, if anything, Nicole Westmoreland is the star of the trial. Maybe followed by maybe Brian Steele, I guess. But everybody else just has not been impressive to me on Diddy's side. And these are supposed to be the best in the world. Agnifilo I probably would hire. He seems like okay, but like that would be it. Maybe Agnifilo I would hire, and definitely I would hire Nicole. And I would hire that's about it. That's about it. Brian Steele, not even, because I don't find him to be honest. I find him to be like a person that's comfortable with lying, and not truly, despite what y'all might think, not every lawyer is. Some lawyers will say, like, I'm not getting up there and saying a 30-second video is 8 seconds long. I'm not doing that. Brian will lie. So I wouldn't hire him either. I'm not impressed with any of these people. Garagos, abso-freaking-lutely not. Absolutely not. That man will probably be spying on me, collecting data on me as he represented me. Yeah, right. Nope. It's just disrespectful. It's disrespectful. Teeny Garagos is a disrespectful rat, in my opinion. Because it's kind of like psychologically, you prepare for what you're told to prepare for, and especially in times of fatigue. And they did study this in the MK Ultra experiments, which are declassified. People think that those are like some type of conspiracy theory. Like, it really happened. Y'all can go look it up. It's on CIA.gov. It's not like it's like down on Forcoon or something. It's on CIA.gov. And one of the things they would do is to really like make you, make sure that your expectations were violated. And it's a type of brainwashing and mind control. I mean, look, listen, take it up with the CIA. They're the ones who did it. Okay. But with with all of this about like saying, they've already been in here for 6 weeks. This is like the 8th week of trial, I think. So the jury has been in here for like 7. They are tired. It's kind of like when you get to the end of your shift and then your boss is like, oh, actually, you got to work 2 more hours on a Friday or whatever. It's like, whoa, what? I was only prepared to work till 5 o'clock and I already got plans. I got stuff to do. And it's like, you're kind of open to 30 minutes more, 15 minutes more. But when it's like you were really only prepared at the very end of a very long and arduous thing to be able to have the mental stamina and the mental fortitude to move forward for like an hour 15. And this experimenter will say, person who's acting like they worked right there for the CIA in 1972 or whatever it was when they shut down the program, she's sitting there right there and she's kind of acting like, those experimenters. Doesn't seem like she's sorry in the least. Has she said, I apologize? Has she said, I'm so sorry this is taking so much longer. I'm so stupid and incompetent that I don't even know how to measure how long a question is going to take to ask? No, she didn't say none of that. She's just a rat, in my opinion. Okay, in 1409, it was Jane and the Fuentes Transportation. Do you see that? $151 for Jane and Cabral. Public screen is still off. $324 and $760. Okay, well, it's 1:13 now. If she's still doing this bullshit, I'm not letting her disrespect me in my time. At 1:30, I'm going on my lunch break. I don't have time for this shit. So that's going to be in about 16, 17 minutes, just to let y'all know. Because I don't have time for this shit. She don't control my schedule. Huh. She don't control my schedule. Got the right mind to just log off right now just a spider. But I know y'all, want to know what's going on. So I'll stay. 3 minutes ago, the independent jurors watched more freak-off footage because that's all they needed. They needed to see more freak-off footage. The jurors are being asked to watch specific clips related to Jane and Diddy's freak-off. The defense has been relentlessly pushing the argument that Jane and other girlfriends enjoyed these experiences. The footage cannot be viewed by the public or the media, and it is for jurors' eyes only. I wouldn't be surprised if the newspaper lawyer, the one who's representing all those newspapers, doesn't file something else today, because the government was supposed to put up all these exhibits already yesterday, and they did not do that. Meanwhile, Diddy is passing notes to Nicole Westmoreland, who's still sitting to his right. And then Nicole whispers in Mark Agnifalo's ear. So he passes a note to Nicole Westmoreland. Nicole Westmoreland passes in Mark Agnifalo's ear. Let's go to page 96. Y'all, they're supposed to be getting back from lunch right now. They're supposed to be getting back from lunch around 1:15. Okay, it's 1:15. She was supposed to be done at 11:15. So now she's gone 2 hours over the hour and 15 minutes that she said. I think there should be sanctions. I think there should be admonishments. She's wasting people's time. She's wasting the judge's time. And she's a lying rat, in my opinion. In my opinion. I don't know inside her mind because I wasn't there. And I never want to be. Okay, so there's Diddy's personal bank account. Total due $74,000. There's an account transfer to the LCC. Maybe that means LLC. He's transferred over some money. Whatever that's supposed to show. It's just like the jury certainly is brain dead by now. Shout out to my sisters streaming A Squirrel is Acting Up. That was cute. And you didn't get my name out your mouth. Now they starving the jurors. I mean, really is MK in here, y'all. They starving them now. You know they hungry. They need their blood pressure medicine or whatever. Stephanie said her entire office is listening to this right now. Are they bored? Are they aggravated? I want to know. Shout out to the office. You have me rolling. She should get in trouble. What are you going to do? Can we move on? Thanks so much to Workout Queen. Hey, girl, is it possible sealed documents be unsealed for the public? Maybe you can do a video if possible. Some of them will be. Some of them won't be. It'll just depend, Workout Queen. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you, OD, becoming a member. And thank you for the $20 super chat. The gods are with you. We will win. Love always wins. Humanity will win. Diddy will go down. And with him topples the rest of patriarchal pillars of oppression on the people. The truth will win. I hope so. I hope so. Thank you so much for that $20 Australian and for becoming a member. Thank you so much. It's Kim. Shout out to you. Kim's been working so hard. She follows the trial all day and then she goes live. Like, I'm tired by the time she goes live. I am exhausted. Thank you for the $5. Raise your hand if you feel personally victimized by Teeny Garagos. Thanks so much for that $5 for all your hard work. Thank you, No, for the $9.99 super chat. Showing numerous freak-offs to the jury is so inappropriate. I think they get the picture by now, literally. Like, you're assaulting their eyes and memory. Just stop it. Seriously. Seriously. Teeny's not just doing her job, actually. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to address how she is not just doing her job. Teeny's job is to be competent and to respect the court and the jury. In order to be competent, respect the court and the jury, you would tell them about how long something's going to take. That's a part of being competent. You cannot say something is going to take an hour and 15 minutes and it really is going to take 4 hours. So she's not doing her job. That's kind of my issue. If she was just doing her job, I wouldn't really have issue. I'd be saying she's getting on my nerves, but y'all, Diddy's worth, he had a right to his own defense. No, she's not just doing her job. She's actually not doing her job is the problem. Her job is to say, Your Honor, to stay on schedule. This is how long we're going to take. It's going to be an hour 15. If she was an hour and 30, if she was an hour and 45, if she was 2 hours even, she's like quadruple into that now at this point. So she's not doing her job. She sucks at her job, actually. I haven't seen her do one thing that was redeeming or even, frankly, helpful for this case. So no, she's not. Hope that helps. I do blame her. Because they're sitting here defending Diddy, saying how could he possibly be coercing people whenever if he's the one that's making her do it, then she knows how he is. So I still would blame her. It is unprofessional. It's ridiculous. A man's life is not on the line. He's not facing the death penalty, so his life is not on the line. Next bot. Who else? Only thing she's good at is stalling. There it is. She's wasting everybody's time. Period. Yes, lawyers get paid by the hour, but I don't think they get paid by how long they're up, like standing up there, but they do get paid by the hour. He is sick. They're all sick. You do have to be up in the head to represent him, I think. Period. Okay, 1 minute ago, CNN.com records show that Diddy paid for Jane and entertainers' travel from personal account, but the summary chart lists the travel manager as the payer. Teeny Garagos showed the jury records from September and November 2023. So this is when the Cassie lawsuit was filed, indicating that Diddy paid invoices from his personal bank account to his travel management company for travel and accommodations for Jane and entertainers. And this happened around alleged hotel nights. Quote, you didn't write that Diddy personally paid for these. And he didn't write shit because he didn't make the chart. She's still doing that bullshit. That's why I started calling her a rat in the first place. She's still trying to act like this man made the chart. I would lose it. The MK Ultra tactic would work on me on the stand. I would lose it. I would say, if you fucking accuse me one more goddamn motherfucking time of making this chart, we're going to have problems and they're going to be way bigger than inside of this courtroom. That's why I can't be an expert witness. Okay. You didn't write that Diddy personally paid for these. And he's like, okay. He didn't prepare the chart. He did not prepare the chart. CNN is now lying. Teeny Garagos has been able to permeate into the CNN false news reporting now at this point. The man didn't make the chart. He did not help to make the chart. He fact-checked the stuff on the chart to see if it happened. Teeny, being a lying rat, in my opinion, based on how she's mischaracterizing the chart, has set it up to where now the media is even thinking that he made the chart. Because that's why I started calling her a rat. The government summary chart. Whose chart? Lists the travel manager as having paid for the... So Diddy reimbursed the travel manager. So what? So fucking what? So what? Who paid for it? His travel manager. Part of the enterprise? Who cares if someone's reimbursed? Who cares if someone's reimbursed? You are using your business travel agent to schedule freak offs. If the freak offs are to pay people to have sex, that's prostitution, which is illegal and it's a federal crime, even if you reimburse somebody. But this is what she should have led with anyway. Why we had to read 2.5 hours of texts before we got to that. She is sick. She is fucked up. Something's wrong with her. Seriously, something's wrong with her. Jury watches more freak off videos. She played more videos of Jane. The judge needs to step in. The jury has viewed now more than 6 minutes of these clips. That's almost an hour of freak offs they've watched. Total. Teeny says she has one more freak off to play from December, the winter solstice. Okay, this is the winter solstice, 2021. She's like, more freak offs, more oil, more freak offs. Never enough, never enough. More. Your Honor, I know that I'm running 2.5 hours late, and I know the jury should already been gone and come back now from lunch, but I just only have one more freak off video to show everybody. The one that wasn't working this morning. You reviewed the metadata, didn't you, Special Agent? He said, I don't fucking know at this point, bitch. What chart are you talking about? Oh, that's a great question. Okay, he's gone. Man, girl. I need a massage after this fucking shit. I'm just so aggravated at her. Redirect. Yeah. Did we just see Diddy paying for the travel of Cabral from Atlanta to Florida, meaning across state lines? Objection, Your Honor! Teeny Garagos said. That was a boss move. That was a boss move. And y'all, look, listen, you have to be so aggravating to get me to take the Fed side. You have to be really freaking possessed by demons to get me to take the side of the Feds. But look, listen, they had made a good point. Yeah, Your Honor, I have a redirect real quick, just a brief one. Since they wanted to bring up Diddy paying for stuff. Special Agent, did we just see Sean Combs paying for the travel? Okay, since y'all want to say, oh, the travel agent didn't pay for it, but rather Diddy reimbursed for it. Okay, yeah, you want to bring that up, Teeny? That's cute. That's fine. That's fine. So what we just saw then was Sean Combs paying for the travel of Cabral Williams from Atlanta to Florida, aka across state lines. And Teeny Garagos has a seizure. Objection! The shit she brought up, the stuff she wanted to bring up, now it came back to bite her in the ass. Do the charts represent every text message in this case, Special Agent? He said, no. So let's pull up message before this date. Objection, Your Honor. Okay. Your Honor, so objection, Your Honor, says Teeny. Nobody objected shit for the last 3 hours. She could just sit up there and do whatever she wants, say whatever she wants, play freak offs, engage in a sick sexual kink, is what it looks like to me. I don't know. I never asked her. The assistant U.S. attorney said, let's pull up messages before this date. Teeny says, objection, Your Honor. Beyond the scope. The Fed said, Teeny Garagos did the same thing, Your Honor. And the judge is like, okay, well, we need to have a sidebar. So, of course, they're going to have a sidebar. You know these jurors are hungry. So now they're having a sidebar. The defense is finished with the cross-examination of the Homeland Security Special Agent, Joseph Cerciello, and the prosecutors are starting their redirect. He was a conduit for both sides to get several videos and text messages into evidence. 2 minutes ago, The Independent. Cross-examination ends. The prosecution moves to redirect. Defense attorney Teeny Garagos has finished cross-examining Special Agent Curciello, and now the prosecution is redirecting, questioning, doing a redirect. Cross-examination finally over, hours later than expected. Maureen Comey will now conduct a brief redirect of this final witness. Comey is probably ready to rip Teeny Garagos' tracks out of the back of her freaking head. Okay, she is probably the cortisol I can't imagine. Seriously, this poor jury. It's frustrating. Tina said, I can feel the aura of annoyance in the courtroom through your reading of the tweets. Somebody said she's pregnant with a serpent. I mean, girl, who knows? Thanks so much for that $2 super chat. I'm here for the cursing, BJ. I try not to, y'all. Thank you for that £2 super chat. Thank you, Thera, for the $1.99 super chat. Poor jurors, Nikki said. Gonna have PTSD because of all the freak offs. I know. The aura. Just joined a few minutes ago. Love me. Yeah, I'm mad. I'm mad. And I'm getting hangry. Wait, what was I didn't see that comment. Oh, this one. Garagos and Masalas from Midas Touch. Mouth of Jonathan Audie. Garagos lower than low. Name change too. Oh, what did it change to? It's just, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? I'm aggravated. I'm blaming Jupiter or whatever somebody said earlier. All right. I have a theory that the judge is going to say, everybody go on a break. That's my suspicion. Okay. No, they didn't go on a break. My suspicion was not correct. They're back 6 seconds ago. Okay. This is the redirect. This is the prosecutors again. In this time frame, did you see any messages between Jane and Diddy that were sexual or affectionate in nature? In what time frame? I don't know what time frame they're talking about. No. Okay. No further questions. Do you rest? She said, subject to, okay, jurors, take a break. They're supposed to have been back from their lunch break like 15 minutes ago. They ain't even got to go yet. All right. Let's just see before we end here. So the judge was like, does the prosecution rest their case? And Maureen Comey was like, no, we don't. We don't rest our case. It's subject to something else. And the judge is like, cuts her off, like subject to, and the judge is like, okay, jurors, just go take a break. They ran it too long. They just ran it too long. Okay, I guess maybe they do. They have rested their case. I don't know. Maybe they have, maybe they haven't. We're getting conflicting reports. Okay, I guess they do rest their case. I don't know what this is, though. Look, subject to... I don't know if they actually rested their case yet, y'all. So we're seeing it be reported, but I really don't know if they did. Prosecution rested his case at 1:30 p.m., wrapping up multiple weeks of testimony. The jury heard from 34 witnesses, most prominently Diddy's ex, Cassie. She accused Diddy of physical abuse, control, and having her participate in drug-fueled encounters with male escorts. The pregnant Ventura testified for 4 grueling days that she didn't want to engage in freak-offs, but she just didn't feel like she had much of a choice. Rapper Kid Cudi testified about his relationship with her, and other key witnesses included a former personal assistant who went by Mia, also Jane, another former girlfriend of Diddy. Mia accused Diddy of sexually assaulting her on multiple occasions and said she witnessed Diddy lashing out violently against Cassie. Mia also described cleaning up after the couple's hotel nights. Jane testified to participating in hotel nights, sleeping with escorts to please Diddy. His constant need for and entertainment left her sore, tired, exhausted, and overwhelmed. Whew, girl. What does this mean, subject to? Are they going to keep going? I don't know. Are they like actually adjourned? The jurors left. The prosecution said, we have essentially rested, but we may want to move for a few corrections. The judge says, Mr. Agnifilo, are you ready to move? And Alexandra Shapiro said, we move under Rule 29. Inference is not enough. So they're going to make their Rule 29 motion here. They're going to try and get Diddy acquitted by the judge himself before it even goes to a jury. The cross-examination is over hours later than expected. Maureen Comey will now have a redirect. Wait, we already read that. They didn't fully rest their case. So NBC News, it's kind of fake newsing it up, and CNN, but that doesn't surprise me. I mean, those are the two usual suspects that don't really get it right. We have essentially rested, but we may want to move for a few corrections. And then Diddy's side is like, we want to do that Rule 29 where, we're trying to get him acquitted before it even goes to the jury. On count 1, Diddy is entitled to a judgment of acquittal, Shapiro said. The requirement of RICO has not been met. They have not shown the agreement to violate RICO, nor have they shown the agreement to 2 racketeering acts. Okay, so she's doing her big one here. Wait, no, not 2, just the RICO. Wait, how do you spell acquit? Diddy's lawyers attempt to have him acquitted by the judge on RICO charges before the jury even gets to deliberations. Diddy is entitled to a judgment of acquittal. The requirement of RICO has not been met. They've not shown the agreement to violate RICO, and they haven't shown agreement to 2 racketeering acts. Let's see what the judge has to say. I bet you he's going to say, girl, sit down. Watch the judge be like, okay, yeah, he's acquitted. After 6 weeks of testimony, we have something new here, Washington Post. After 6 weeks of testimony, the prosecution just rested its case. Again, it kind of didn't, with one condition. Okay, thank you. Here's the condition, and it's a quote. Quote, at this time, subject to confirming that all of the government exhibits are accurately reflected in the record, the government rests. She said the prosecution team was going to review the exhibits to confirm everything was in order. The jury was on lunch break, and after that, we expect to begin the defense's portion of this trial, which is only expected to take a day or so. After prosecution rests, court breaks for lunch. Ask them to come back at 2. Oh my God. Girl, it's 1:38. But I do want to see what they're arguing about. Is the judge going to acquit him or whatever? Okay, Diddy's lawyer continues. The enterprise is more than a group of people. The enterprise's purpose here, map onto racketeering acts, sex trafficking, etc. See the Boyle case. A structural feature of a RICO enterprise, a hub and spoke, the rim. Here, it is a rimless hub. What? Girl, she trying. Okay, well, since they're coming back at 2:00 anyway, that's only in 20 minutes, so I need to go. I'm hungry, all that. I want to go, and I want to come back. Thanks so much, Laura, for the $5 super chat. Love your spice today. I'm blaming Jupiter. Much love from your Jersey neighbor cousin. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kat Meir, for the $5 super chat. Love you, BJ. You are so amazing. Thanks so much. Thanks so much for that $5 super chat. I will be back in just a few minutes at this point. Hopefully in a better mood. I don't know. No promises. But I'll be back nevertheless, and we'll pick it back up. Hopefully some more things happen and it all pops off. But yeah, I think I have y'all going to Rabbit too, so she'll be covering it too. I'll be back in, I don't know, probably a little after 2. They're getting back at 2, so probably be at like 2:15 because it takes them a long time to get their stuff together. Yeah, the Jiva. Don't blame Jupiter. It will hurt the life force in the body. Oh, a Jiva. Okay, whatever. I'm blaming that one. Yeah. Okay, I'll see y'all in a few minutes. Facts ain't defamation. Neither are opinions. I don't know anything. I don't know any of these people. It's all just opinions. Okay. Love you, meaning. Okay, bye.